the mic button. Hello. Welcome in. Hello, Quentin. Good job redeeming first. My volume was at 100% and I was still setting everything up, and I had only just barely gone live, and then suddenly, or whatever the sound is. Well, good to have you here. Big news this week is the demo is out. That's exciting. We were originally going to release just to Steam, and then Steve gave us some issues, so we decided to release it anyway. So we have it up on our website right now. Let me link that in the chat for anybody watching this later or popping in now. You can go to chromagolem.com, click on games, click on Elixir Emporium. There's a download link there. It's free. It runs on Windows. We'll have a Mac build soon, also a Linux build. We'd love to get you guys to try it out. Didn't mean to pen this message. It's all good. Hello. Hey, Risky Biscuit. Thanks again for playing the game. I'm still a little frazzled starting the chat, but yeah. Things are good. We have the demo out. I have so much feedback. I literally had a replay of Risky Biscuit Games stream on all yesterday as I was watching him find a bug, and then I would pause it, go fix that bug. He'd make a comment on something else. I'd pause it, go fix that. Those fixes are not in the game yet. However, we are planning to do another build on around Thursday. And that'll also coincidentally be a great time for us to click that big button on Steam and finally put the game on Steam as well. I think we're all cleared there. I need to double check that, like, if we push up another build, it doesn't need another approval. But should be good. Thursday should be a big day. There's a lot of bugs that I've fixed. We'll go over them. For anybody who's curious, let me also link the Discord. We have a channel in there that, where is it at? Devlogs. I basically just track like everything I've done since the last release. I've been doing it for a while now. But I've got a pretty hefty list of fixes that I put in yesterday. Lots of like big fixes on how quests work. Lots of like bug fixes. We're still hunting down a pretty nasty bug that maybe we can find on stream today. And I'll talk about that again. We've got a whole board of feedback and stuff that I want to go over. But it's nice to have you guys here. So let me say hi to everyone. You were waiting 20 minutes for me to go live. Well, maybe next time I'll start the stream 10 minutes early. So when I start it 5 minutes after, you'll only have to wait 5 minutes. How did you get the idea of the name Chroma Golem? That's a good question. And actually, hello there, Tony. Maybe you can help answer this, because I'm not sure I remember entirely. But I do remember we had such a back and forth, like, for a very, very long time, trying to come up with a good name that, like, has SEO, that is pronounceable, memorable, not already taken. We used a lot of like AI for brainstorming of like, we'd pass in a bunch of names that were like, we like these names. Can you tell us why we like these names? And then it'd give us a bunch of details on like what the similarities that were between all those names, so we could generate new names with those like themes. We did a lot of the basic like, just here's a bunch of names we like, generate more names in that style. We actually, Chroma Golem was one of the big contenders. I feel like we narrowed it down to like 3 at the end. And one of them I'll type in chat because I'm not even, I feel like we would say Andrew Squared, but we did consider this name Andrew Carrot 2 because Tony's real name is Andrew, don't tell anyone. My real name is Andrew, don't tell anyone. But that name doesn't really scale as we start hiring people unless we only hire more Andrews, and then we need to change the number anyway. So kind of glad we went with Chroma Golem on that one. There was one other name that we kind of narrowed it down to that I really liked as well, but I can't really remember it offhand now. But yeah, just lots and lots of brainstorming, I guess. The good thing about once Steam has approved you, the following builds are typically instant. Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. We finally got approved for the build that we submitted that was delayed indefinitely. Turns out we had content that wasn't appropriate for China. I've reached out to them to ask what that content is. As you know, like AI can generate a lot of things, so I don't know if they were like playing the game and asking about certain events that China doesn't want you talking about or something. Um, but we do use American models, so there's not as much censorship on a lot of things. But we've reached out to them to ask, like, is it just like one of our NPCs is dressed as a ghost, and you can't have ghosts or like the supernatural in a lot of things. So we'll find out. Oh, Tony says they said live generated AI content is banned in China. Well, that explains things. All right. Well, that's good to know. Huh. I guess that's the issue. Well, we are approved now to launch in all countries other than China. So that's probably what we'll do. I don't really know that the game will actually work without live generated content. So we'll think on if that's a solution or if there is a solution there. But glad y'all are in another country that can play games. But that's exciting. Yeah, we got approval. So I wanted to put in all the bug fixes that I did the last couple days and also the bug fixes today and leave a little bit of room tomorrow for anything else that we need to do. And then we should be able to do another build on Thursday. We'll push that build up to the website. So anybody who has downloaded from there, they'll need to re-download in order to get the new build, but we'll also push it up to Steam, and then people can start downloading the demo from Steam instead, which should do the auto-updating stuff that Steam does. I just didn't want to promise Thursday until I knew, like, once we uploaded that another build, they wouldn't be like, all right, here's 3 more weeks for approval. Let's see. Had a good conversation with you in Discord about getting accepted for a student program and GitHub Copilot getting confirmed. Yes, congratulations again on the acceptance to that university. It's going to be very cool. Copilot is very, very, very cool. Very helpful as well. And as Tony said on Discord, it's always like jarring to code without it, I think. I've gotten better at like not having it. But the very first time that I tried coding without it, after I'd been using it for like 6 months, 7 months, I was on a plane and I was like, all right, I'm on a 3-hour flight. Like, I want to code up a little, like, I think it was a MMO based on Brick Breaker, where people could like spawn in little towns. I can even show this off, but you spawn in a little town and it's like a 360 degree game board where you can send out balls in any direction and they bounce off resources that you collect. And it was weird, but I got on the plane and I was like, all right, time to code. And I typed a few letters and I waited for it to autocomplete and I was like, oh, I don't even remember the syntax of like this boilerplate code that I was going to write. So it was very, very jarring. Copilot does a lot, but it's also fun sometimes now to turn it off and just like go old school, see how fast I can go without it. But very cool tool. It's always China. I feel like lines like that I have to be careful saying out loud because, like it's always China. So we'll see. The Andrew Gang also would have been a great name for the company. But again, there's only like one other big Andrew that I know that does game development. I don't actually know him, but like Andrew Gower, he would be a good little hire if you're out there listening or watching this later, Andrew. Come apply to Chroma Golem if RuneScape doesn't work out for you. But we got to find more Andrews. But you know what? Maybe we'll find some. Maybe we'll just change their name to Andrew when we hire them. Andrew Wilson, CEO of EA. He's probably cool too. What is the new game that Andrew Gower just did? Like, I forget what it's called, New World or something. If it doesn't work out, Come interview with us. And probably at least release the initial version that was approved even for a minute and then push the update. That is a good call. I will do that because I think Steam, it doesn't like push out push notifications or anything. Well, they might with like wish lists and stuff, but I think that's fine. Like, unless somebody comes and downloads it immediately and then I have issues downloading or uploading a new build. That's a good call. I'll do that, Risky Biscuit. Thank you so much for that tip. That's a good idea. You need to ask yourself how many sales you get from China. It's going to be 0 if they can't technically play the technology that is required for our game. But that's unfortunate. I don't think I've ever really used it. Batchmate Andrew Wilson, CEO of EA. He'll charge 2 cents for every new crafting recipe. You know, there's an interesting thing to think about there. I know you're joking, Risky Biscuit, and we will not be charging for every new crafting recipe, but one of the things that I've watched people do when they play the game is they literally, for like, some of them for over an hour, have just sat at a tree repeatedly harvesting more branches or logs or whatever and just repeatedly alchemizing those items over and over again until they've got to literally infinite stats. So there is something probably missing of like some sort of resource that is required for you to do alchemy. Currently that's planned to be like your mana or your energy or something, just so there's a little bit of like a persuasion to the player to go do something else or recharge or like try a different activity while you're waiting for some resource to recharge. But right now you can just keep crafting indefinitely because we want the feedback on the crafting system. But it is interesting to watch people just craft and craft and craft until they get numbers that are literally so big they need to be written in like scientific notation in the labels. It's like 1 plus 45 like E25 or whatever. I think it's fun, but I do think that there's probably something in there that we probably need to add a little bit of like, all right, you've crafted a decent amount, go like harvest more resources or go like do a quest or just wait for your mana to recharge. Like, I hate the waiting in games, but I also see the reason behind it in some games to like get players doing other things and specifically to like prevent players from feeling like they're missing out by not doing the boring click, 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 click. Like, or not feeling like they should or need to be doing the boring click, click, click. Like, give them an opportunity to be like, all right, I'm done crafting now for a little bit. I want to get back to it, but I also want to try this other thing. So there's something to think about there. It's not charging 2 cents per crafting recipe, but we'll see what Andrew, CEO of EA, says when we bring him on board. Let's see. I see that message is still pinned. That's perfect. I don't even mind. You can have them both uploaded, but only push the already approved build live. Oh, okay. All right. So that's what I'll do. I think I've seen a little bit in like the builds and depots and stuff. I'm still learning how it all works, but that makes sense that we can have that initial build and also like toggle it live or not, and also have another build that we will just set to be the live one. That makes sense. Andrew, will you do this for me? Sure. Yeah, of course. Sure. Should make a cap of XP from crafting a specific item. That's interesting too. Yeah, we've kind of like I've kind of done that in like a soft sense where you get a huge bonus the first time you craft a new item, but you still get a very small amount of XP whenever you craft items. I think the actual numbers are like you get either 75 or 25 XP when you discover a new item when you craft it, but you get like 3 XP when you just recraft an item. Maybe those numbers even need like exacerbated further of like 500 XP when you discover a new item, but probably don't want to just completely remove the XP eventually if you've crafted an item enough times, but I think maybe some diminishing returns or something, because it is fun to discover new things. Like, that's the cool thing. It's just not as fun to like feel like you need to grind it, I guess. Have simpler recipes not give XP past a certain point. Also a good idea. We are planning on tracking the actual like full-on tree of like these two items made this item, and then you combine it with this and it makes this item, and you combine that with this and it makes this item. It would be really, really cool to be able to like view an item in the game and see that whole crafting tree. And actually the giant tree in the world is called the Tree of Creation. It'd be fun to make a Tree of Creation view for like how you created each item. I don't know how we'll tie it into that tree yet, but I think that's a good idea. And then once we have all that tracking in place, we can probably do like bigger and bigger XP drops for like more complex items. It's a good idea. Can you take the same item and combine it with itself? You can, however, we don't have a way to easily like split stacks of items in the game right now. But a lot of what people will do is like harvest one item and then put it in the alchemy slot, harvest another item and put it in the other slot. So you can actually combine the same item right now. Originally we decided to not let you do that, but there wasn't really like a reason not to let you do it other than just like preventing people from just constantly harvesting from a tree and just using that to make more and more things. Like, we want them to have other reagents, other ingredients. So we're still deciding like which way we want to go on that, but yes. Need to bake my game, takes so long. Yes. Like, baking the nav mesh isn't too long, but I baked the lighting the other day. Tony and I both did, because he's doing a Mac build. He's working on it. And it was like 16 hours to bake the lighting in this world. There's probably a lot of optimizations I can do. The last time like I baked the light was probably 6 months ago, so it was pretty suffering back then. But luckily it's kind of a do once and forget for now. But I want to go in and eventually do like day-night cycles and more dynamic lighting, so I'll probably get back to lighting at some point. But baking the light is rough. But yeah, it's exciting. I'm excited to just see people playing it and giving feedback. What I've been doing is, let me just bring this up. We've got a board that we've set up that I put some, like, I organized the columns where it's kind of, as you go to the right, it's more important. So stuff that I know as the developer is wrong, I put in the leftmost column of like, yeah, that's wrong. But if people aren't complaining about it, it's probably not high priority. But we've got columns for things people have said that they want or is bad, once and twice and 3 times, just so we can kind of like move stuff over and keep prioritizing as we go. Extra column for just like the game breaking bugs. We'll talk about this guy later because we'll try and hunt him down this stream, but I think we tried on this guy last stream and we couldn't figure out what was doing it. But we did from Risky Biscuits stream. We fixed up that ghost item tooltip, which was a nasty one. So I think maybe what I can do, like, we don't really need to go through the columns like individually, but maybe like some of them I can go through, because a lot of it is just like there are solutions and I know what to do. It's just kind of a priority phase of like, I only have so many hours in the day, so I'm fixing the things that people complain about the most first. And I actually have probably fixed a lot of these, so I think maybe a good way to start the stream is just to have me kind of scroll through these real fast and um, move over the ones that have been fixed just for my own reference, and then maybe we can use this board for determining what we want to do on stream this week. I assume you could do A plus A, then A, then combine AA plus AA, then AA. Yes, that's, let me show off a screenshot of what somebody was doing. This abomination. Well, here's a good one. I took a lot of screenshots from people creating items because anytime anybody discovers an item in the game for the first time, it links it in chat. There was a bug where it was linking all items in chat. That'll be fixed in this next build as well. But I just realized there might be another bug there. Yeah, we'll talk about that. But people were just combining, I think with like rocks or something. And they got to, maybe I didn't post the actual screenshot at the end. Let's see. I'm gonna grab it from a private message. So let me take this off stream real fast. Don't remember who I sent it to, but just trying to get one of my friends hyped up. So I shared a screenshot with them. Let's see. Here we go. Take a look at this bad boy. Oh, it's not the greatest zoom, but the numbers are so big. We've got scientific notation, we've got overflows, we've got text overflowing with each other, we have numbers just rounding up to infinity on armor. The move speed is so high that they moved once and it just like physics was no longer a concern to them, so they got stuck in the world. There's a lot of stuff to worry about there, but I think what they did was just that A plus A, and then taking that, combining that together, and combining that together, combining that together, and they just had a good time. So that's fun. We need to balance that a little bit. Diminishing returns could be a solution there. One intended solution that we have right now that isn't necessarily working is the stat requirements on items. So the goal, the intention there is when you get numbers that big, they should also have stat requirements also so big that you can't even use the item. So there's like a balance of not just trying to get the biggest numbers, but trying to get the biggest numbers that you can use. And then that also makes some interesting crafting paths, I think, that might lead to like trying to lower numbers on items as well in order to lower the stats instead of just always number go up. There's kind of some inspiration there from some of the old like Path of Exile crafting where you could craft items that were too strong for you, and there were other currency crafting things that you needed to use in order to make those weaker, so then you could use them again, and then you could, once you got stronger, you could make them stronger again. It's like a back and forth versus just how big can we make these numbers. I think that's one way we want to go, but I do think that diminishing returns, maybe some caps on the actual values. We probably need to scale back the multipliers. Like totally fine to like add 500 strength, but multiplying your strength by 500 is pretty ridiculous, especially when you start stacking those. So there's a lot of number tweaking to be done there, but it is fun to watch people break all the math. Let's see. Kanban boards. I love Kanban boards. Great boards. WASD. Yes. We didn't originally do it because I'm such a fan of RuneScape. I think that's the big reason. But we were toying between keyboard and mouse, like the click to move we have versus controller originally. And I thought it would be hard to like interact with specific things on controller just because I was playing some games at the time where it was. So we went with the keyboard and mouse, which has a lot of specificity in what you can click on. But I think WASDA might be the better approach here. We'll see. I haven't really played a game that is like this format where you move around with WASD. It's always been click to move, so it's a little bit weird for me, but everyone keeps saying WASDA, so we're going to build it and see how it feels. And Tony's going to work on controller as well. I think the WASD will map a lot better to controller. So we're going to move over to Unity's new input system so we can kind of abstract out some of these key bindings that we've done. We can build different control schemes, and hopefully that'll make it a lot easier to like rebind keys and try out these new control schemes as well. Guess that works as long as the equipment doesn't let you meet those requirements. Yes, that's a fun like edge case in Diablo games too, of like you have a piece of equipment that gives you plus 50 strength, but it also requires 60 strength. So if you use another item that gives you enough strength to equip it, you meet that goal, and then you take off that other item. There's always the question of like, should you unequip that item that's now giving you the stats to meet itself or not? I think Diablo lets you keep it equipped, but it is every time I play a new game where that system is like set up, I'm like, I wonder what they do there. You can do both. Like if the user clicks it, it moves them like it is now, and if they start WSD, it starts moving like that. Yes, that's a good call. I don't think we use WSD for anything else right now, but if we do, we'll just rebind those. That's a good call. I think that'll be really useful, and like especially since we're not even using like Cinemachine that much, we just kind of rolled our own camera controller. And I know you had some comments on like needing to clip less with the environment, like move the camera in. There's a lot of like camera tweaks and stuff I think that WASD would also help a lot with, because you're not going to be, there's not stuff in the way for you to click on. So yeah, we're definitely going to prioritize that early and see how it feels. If you make a checkbox for WSD or mouse movement, that's actually what Path of Exile 2 does now. You can't use both, but you can choose between them. It's pretty weird, honestly, and the way they've set it up is also pretty weird, where in order to like flip between the two, you even have to like restart your client or like log out, change the setting, and then log back in. I am very much a keyboard and mouse like click to move guy, so I hardly ever use the WASDA controls, but I feel like having both might be good, because it's probably nice to be able to flip between them. And I think always I err towards the side of like giving people options, but not like putting those options in their face. Like I could have the setting for which of these control schemes do you want to use up front, or I could just let them do either. I don't know the downside of just letting them do either. There might be one, but as long as we don't use WSD for anything, should be fine. We'll add it in. It's probably a bigger fix than I'll get in this week. This week I'm focused more on like bug fixes and the small wins, but soon. But that's a good segue into some of the changes we've made here. I mean, I can walk through things in the game. I rewrote a lot of the tutorials. I redid this tutorial area because it's meant to be a tutorial area, but we started players off with tools. And so you could just walk up and talk to this guy and give him one of your tools, which was not really intended. but also had a negative side effect of like, I think Risky Biscuit mentioned like, yeah, I have two tools and I don't know which one is useful or not, so I don't know which one I want to like give away right at the start. What we've done instead is basically put you in this area, which is a lot more contained. We've put in a few extra visual hints of like, gee, I wonder what you need to harvest from in order to help this guy. But in order to get into town now, you're going to end up crafting your own tool from the start. So you'll know how to craft another one of those tools, and then hopefully you'll feel less bad about giving him the tool that you've crafted because you can craft another. You kind of got the gist of things. We also have a little bug here that I'll jot down for later, but sometimes these M dashes work, and sometimes they're squares, and sometimes they work and don't work within the same conversation, which is weird. Not sure why yet, but the spoilers, the solution to make a tool really fast in the tutorial area now is to harvest from a stone or a boulder, and then to harvest from any of the trees. You'll get a stick and a rock, stick and a stone, I guess. You make a hammer, and you give him a hammer. And we have a little bit more tutorials throughout, like this starting area now of like just trying to give you a little bit of information of like, all right, in town, NPCs give you quests and you can solve their quests instead of just letting you walk in and be like, all right, what do I do now? Nobody's here. Yeah, so there's lots of other small things that I've fixed. You can see those things on Discord. I've also redone a lot of the quests now. So we actually had different paths in the code for quests to generate at different difficulties before. But we collapsed them all into just all NPCs always generated medium difficulty quests. Which were way too hard for people to start with and also way too abstract. So what we've done now is we have a very easy quest that they start with, and then they transition. Once you've solved a very easy quest once for each NPC, your next 4 quests will be easy quests that are generated based on your solution to the very easy quest. So like if you give the guard at the gate a hammer to fix the gate, his next quest will be an easy quest that'll be like, hey, I accidentally broke one of the bars with that hammer you gave me, so I need some leather to like repair it. And so it kind of goes up in difficulty that way. If you give him some leather, the next quest might be like, the leather looks really bad, so can you give me some flowers or something that I can add to the leather to make it look nicer. And then once you've solved 5 quests for a single NPC, you can now start rolling the medium difficulty quests. It's a pretty high chance, so like most of the time you'll have the medium difficulty quests at that point, and that's kind of where they were for the demo at the start of like the really hard, like my voice has or like every time I start talking my voice summons frogs. Can you help me? Let's check out an example of an easy quest. Lila says, I'm in a bit of a pickle. My latest culinary creation requires a delicate glaze. So can you go out and give me something that I can use as a sweetener? So like go out, pick some flowers, maybe get some sap from a tree, like syrup from all these maple trees around. Lots of stuff to be done there. Just noticed our furnace is not on fire. That's weird. Wonder if that's a shader issue. But yeah, that's a much more like direct quest. And also I've made a change in the quests of if you give them an item that is not a solution for their quest, like if we were to go give her some water and be like, this is your glaze, they're prompted now, well, let's just do it. They're prompted now to suggest something that would be more helpful and also explain why what you gave them doesn't help. So she wants a glaze. We are going to give her... Maybe we give... I mean, a chocolate herring might actually solve the problem. Let's just give her some bread. And she should say, like, thanks, but that's not a glaze. It's not going to work. Oh, no. Oh, right. I was working on some API stuff right before the stream. I hope that there are no errors there. Let me just check in on that API. Make sure it's not erroring. I just did a big data migration for how we track items, because they were tracking per player first time to discover things, and we want them to be tracking globally first player to discover things. So I'll get that up. Don't worry too much about it, this API right now. Just pretend everything that I said went perfectly. But I mean, I guess the conversation still seems to be working, so maybe it is related to like the quest resolution. I'll check in on that later. But yeah, I think that'll be a much better difficulty curve for these quests. And also be a lot less like people come in and they're like, what the heck do I do? How do I even solve this guy who is like, hi, can you make me a mountain? For the real dummies, you may need to have a specific dialogue option where Gareth explains, use a rock and a stone. You know, that's a good call. I hard code in that first quest. I could probably hard code in some like canned responses as well for like the real dummies or just people who need a little extra help. Because yeah, I guess those canned responses can be pretty confusing as well. One other thing that I want to do with them, maybe on stream today, right now they're very action oriented. So like offer to fetch fuel for the forge or suggest something else. I want to, we have like a chain of how these are generated where we generate these like summaries and then we generate the dialogue, all that stuff. I want to transition these canned responses into being more like information gathering. So like ask about this, or ask them to explain this, or ask if this item would work, rather than like offering to fetch fuel, because that's a lot more complex of an outcome. It doesn't really like help that much. But I mean, here he's run out of fuel for the forge. He needs something to keep the fire burning. Like some canned responses for information working would be like, what kinds of fuel do you like? Can any fuel work? Like, can wood work, etc. But here, like, you offer to go get it, and that's kind of the end of the conversation. Like, you should just go get it now. You don't really need to keep these conversations going, but I guess you can. So, like, other materials might be nice, etc. I think we even have some wood, probably. Oh, we have stick. So, let's make a hammer. Let's go use that on a tree. We'll bring him some wood, and we'll see what he says. I still think this town needs to be like a fourth of the size. Yeah, we struggled for so long on how to, or like where we want the player to start. And we actually have a town that is about a fourth of this size that was the original starting town. And as I was working on it, I was like, this is not big enough. There's just too much in every direction. And like too much that we want to put in this town. But you might be right of like, maybe we should start them over there. I'll show it off in a second. Maybe I can get your feedback on whether you think that town is the right size. But let's first give this guy some logs. And actually, We do have a bug. Ooh, we have a few bugs layered in here, but I think it's because the API is not like summarizing conversations correctly. So I'm gonna bring that up too. But let's see what happens when we give him some wood. Yikes. It did solve the problem. Gets the fire going. Oh, find those magical coals or phoenix ash to keep the fire going, I guess. Yeah. The dialogue that we generate when you return to an NPC is based on a AI generated summary of your previous conversation and your like expected state in the quest. So there's definitely some tweaking to be done there because it's very like doesn't always link correctly, I think. But let me bring up these API logs just so I can be aware of what's going on here. Let's see. You're gonna sleep, need to wake up at 6 tomorrow. Dang, yeah. Enjoy, Quentin. Thanks for popping in. Happy to have you here. Congrats again on the good news, and I'll see you around. Alright. Logging into the server. Doing all this on another computer, so it doesn't necessarily, it's not very easy to stream it, and I don't want to accidentally expose like API keys and stuff, so I'm just going to keep it on another monitor over here. Alright, so we'll be able to see that at least. But yeah. It's something I encountered with my game. I'll be a bit more on the lower side. I was bombarding people with too much too quickly. Need to breadcrumb it in a way so people don't get overloaded. As long as you can make it so that experienced players can just get out of that starter town quickly, with some prior knowledge, should be fine to take it slow early on. That's a good call. So let me get your opinion on this, because this is a very large town, and we actually are planning to add a lot more NPCs to this town. So like even in this like starting market area, like an NPC that for each of these tents, or maybe like 4 NPCs. So lots of stuff to be filled in still. We have this tutorial area, which is very, very bare bones. It might be nice to have an NPC or 2 maybe out here, like off gathering stuff, like from the town. Like the intention is to have this area be the tutorial area of like the starting area. You're going to be doing crafting and like a few learning all the systems effectively before you even set foot in this town. But I do agree that it could be pretty overwhelming to start in this town. But I also feel like at least right now people aren't going out into the world that much. There's going to be I'm kind of answering this myself as I say it out loud. There's a lot to do in the town, so people don't necessarily need to go out in the world. But if the town were a lot smaller, they would go out exploring, which is kind of what we want. So maybe we do want to consider the original town back as our starting town. I'll run over there now, but yeah, I think there's definitely like a couple different approaches we could take here of like toning down that town. We can keep this town, or like having a different start area, adding another layer to like adding in more systems before you even get to this town. There's a lot to do there. But it's quite the long walk to the original town over there. I guess I could teleport over, but we're almost there. But I want to run over there and just see like if this is the rough size of a town that you think would be good for a start area, because it could be. um, we can always move our tutorial road somewhere else. Let's see. Random thought aligned with that. The guard won't let you in unless those 3 starter villagers vouch for you, or you know the password, which it gives you after gaining entry the first time. That's a good idea. I think that we don't have much of the friendship system built in quite yet, but as you solve quests to NPCs, you're actually gaining friendship with them. So having maybe like 2 NPCs out in town, or like we could do 3, we could do 1. It doesn't super change things, but I think that might be a good idea of making that road feel more like a starter town. And then you would get into the big town afterwards. And we can use the in-world reason of like you need people to vouch for you in order to get into that town. That would make a lot of sense. Right now, the gate is broken is just an in-world reason for like needing a tool as like a really simple example, but we could very easily have one of those NPCs be like, hey, I'm out gathering herbs and I forgot my tool at home. Can you make me a tool real fast? We can shift stuff around pretty easily. That's a good idea though, especially as we get back to like implementing in this relationship system, and like as you solve quests with NPCs, gaining favor with them effectively, letting them vouch for you, or once you've built up enough friendship with them to have them vouch to the guard, which is also kind of interesting. Of like, we actually will probably be simulating that because we're doing like memory sharing and memory searching and stuff, so those NPCs can actually talk to the guard and tell the guard what they think about you. Some fun systems there that we need to show off a little bit more. It's a good idea. We'll have to think on that. That's a good idea. Thank you for the suggestion. The building height does make navigating that other town a lot harder. I agree. I think a lot of that is like the camera positioning, but a lot of it is just like you don't have as many good sight lines. You can't really see much of the town, versus this is our original town, which has like very similar format even of like guards at the front. There's a guard at the back. We've got a church. We've got some visitors. We've got scoundrel in jail. We've got our blacksmith. We've got our crafting person, our cooking person, campfire in the town, like all the same amenities effectively. But it just seemed very like bare for a town. So maybe, I mean, we could still start here. It actually feels a lot more fleshed out compared to the other town, because like we didn't want to add more NPCs to this town, but we do want to add more NPCs to that town. So it could make sense to be somewhere here you start, and then like you could go to the big town for all your trading needs and all that. So that would make sense. That's definitely something to think about. And there's a lot more of the like, one thing I liked about the other town is that it's kind of in the corner of the map, and it's a very linear, like, you know, there's one exit, and from that exit there's one road, but there's also one interesting thing over here and one interesting thing over here, so you kind of just side between 2 things to go see. Here it's very like open, so we could tweak things to be more targeted in that way. It just felt a little bad to be like in the center of the map and be like, all right, go in any direction. But Starter Town should be more bare. I think you're probably right. And it's probably, again, like, we've just been in this code for the last 16 months or so. Why is this red? And so we're like, get us to the good stuff. But people starting out are like, what the heck is all this? So it makes a lot of sense. That's really odd. It's all one material, one shader. I don't know why I would do that. But yeah, that's kind of... Maybe we will end up starting the player in this area. Maybe we'll carve out like a tutorial road over here and get them to the town. That's a good idea. It's very natural for developers to forget how hard their game is to start. I've done it a lot. Yeah, that coupled with the fact that I want to make a hard game, but I'm just not clear of how hard it actually is to other people, probably makes things so much worse too. But yeah, maybe I'll sync up with Tony on like what we think about making this a starter town, because it does solve a lot of these issues. Canto. Okay. Oh, I think our physics on sliding colliders is a little funky on jumping. Yeah, maybe I'll fix that too. Nobody's complained about how weird jumping is when you collide with things yet, though. But at least you can jump. But maybe that's a good segue to kind of going over some of these bits of feedback that we've got. I'll probably try and go over them pretty quickly because apparently I've already been streaming for almost an hour and I would love to get some stuff done, but it's super nice to just chat with people and see like how things are going. And I need to make that collider slippery. Okay. I learned about oh man, what's it called? There's a method in Unity for sliding a collider along a route or like along a path and seeing if it collides with anything. We switched to using that on the jump. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but I didn't know that there was a method for it before, and it kind of blew my mind. It's a physics material. Need to make it slippery. Let me just... Well, I would need to make like the player's material slippery, right? Because it happens on everything that we jump into. But I don't really know how physics materials work on... I guess it'd be like on the body somewhere. The player character is definitely something that I've kind of just hacked together over the years, and every time something breaks, I'm like, how does anything work again? Unfortunately, I got a meeting, so I got to bounce for a bit. I'll stop bugging and let you be productive for a bit. Enjoy the meeting. Come back anytime. Not bugging me at all. Thank you for all the feedback, all the tips, and I'll see you again soon. Assigned player collider. So somewhere on the collider, I would assign a material. I'll have to look more into that. I'm not sure how it all works, but I guess I will quickly go through all these. I'm just gonna probably skip over the feedback. Well, I'll just zoom through because I did a lot of stuff that just want to make sure this is up to date of everything we've implemented in. But I mean, for some things like NPC conversations not being grounded in the game reality, it's just like systems that we have in progress that aren't in the game yet. That's like, if anybody's familiar with RAG, what does that even stand for? I don't remember. But it basically lets AI models like query for related things to whatever they're trying to decide about. So we have that mostly built for NPCs to like be able to query the database of facts about the world, or query their memories for like previous experiences or things the player has said. They actually generate memories as they like interact with things, which is pretty cool, but we don't have the querying set up quite yet. So stuff like that. The workstations needing a visual indicator for when they're working, very high priority thing. You know what? Maybe we should probably move that over there. And let's take this not bugs, just high priority things. Because not only is this super confusing, but it also leads to people like breaking things for themselves when they click the button multiple times and uses up all the materials and stuff. But we're going to say done is very, very loose in definition. I don't know where to begin solving NPC quests. We made all the quests much easier, so hopefully people feel like they know what to do now. If we get that feedback again, we'll just put it back in the columns and do this whole process again. Chrome flags the installer as a virus. I think this is actually a Windows issue because we haven't signed the installer, but I used some process for building the installer that I've never used before, so I need to figure out how to sign the actual executable we generate. It's not a virus, for the record. And we'll have a Steam build on Thursday anyway, so you can download from there and it shouldn't have this issue. NPCs shouldn't interrupt in-progress conversations. One of the actions NPCs can do is choose to talk to the player. If the player is doing something else, they get interrupted. Kind of a rough feeling. Probably should avoid that. But chat scrolls up on it sometimes. You know what? We can do a quick little thing on that. Well, the problem is that we truncate chat to the most recent, like 100 messages, and not all messages are the same height. So when like the furthest back message, 100 messages back, a message is 5 lines long, and then you add a message to the end that is 1 line long, we chop off the 5 messages. The Unity window, canvas, whatever it is, kind of resizes things. So you're scrolled a little bit further back, and then we scroll back to the end of the message. So it like jumps around sometimes when chat messages aren't doing that. We probably need to make that happen like a 1 frame jump instead of being animated. But you know what? While we're here, let's apparently open our editor, which we haven't even opened yet. And let's go look at how we do that truncation and then see if we can find just like a way to scroll that isn't animated, because I feel like it might be an instant scroll, but the actual scroll rect is animating the difference or something. But let's just look at chat window manager. We go to all right, I have a few very bad words in this file, I think, so please disregard them if you see them. They are words that are banned in chat. There aren't very many words banned in chat, but there are a few very, very bad ones. Scroll to end of messages. So we rebuild the layout so we know how tall all of the messages are and how tall the actual scroll rect is. We force that to update, and then we scroll to the very end. So let's see if we can just say, well, can we do this? Ask a question. This animates the scroll, which jumps around very oddly. Can we just immediately jump in a single frame without the scroll rect movement. Might just be an easy fix. I just thought I'd ask. Yeah, that's not gonna work. We need these to be able to recalculate the heights of everything. So probably not an easy fix. Just wanted to double check. Let's go back to these. Not sure how to drink consumables. We added an extra tooltip for that, or an extra tutorial window. The first time now you put a consumable on your toolbar, likewise with equipments and tools and weapons and materials, you'll get a separate tutorial on like, oh, with consumables, you use them this way. If you use on an object, you'll pour them on the object. If you select them and press Q, you drink them. We probably could add like a little Q icon on the consumable, but we did something. Let's see if that addresses the feedback we get, and if people are still confused, we can add it back in. Chat scrolls up. People press escape to close panels, but it actually pauses the game. So maybe what we should do with that is we have a list of panels that can be open. What we could do in the pause controller, I think, handle pause game input. So here we listen for either escape or the pause button, which is P. And we just do a pause. What we could do is listen to escape and go through all of those windows that are open, like inventory, stats, skills, equipment, etc. If any of them are open, close whichever one is open and exit early. And then if nothing was open, we'd continue on through and pause or resume or whatever. Might be an easy thing to add. And yeah, since we also have some collider issues, I guess, with some of the NPCs in other towns. But I'm really focused on our current town right now, so we'll get back to those guys. But you know what, we can fit this in. Do a little bit of code, do back to some Kanban issues afterwards. So what we want to do is, let's grab this guy, close everything else. Let's go to our UI references manager. So we have all of these. Well, all of these. These windows could be open, and they're the windows that the player clicks like or uses keyboard shortcuts to open their inventory, etc. If any of these are open, we can just close them. So what we should do, I think, we want to handle things a little bit differently because we have like both escape and P works. So if you have your inventory open and press escape, it should probably close your inventory. But if you have your inventory open and press P, we should probably just go straight to the pause. And then once your inventory is closed, if you press escape, it'll pause. If your inventory is closed and you press P, it'll also pause. So we'll split these out into like a direct pause. Like pause game, I guess, already works. But we can have a public bool close and open UI window. We'll return whether there was a UI window or not to close. And we can have a, how do we want to reference these? Because we could put a list of UI windows on this. And if we added a new UI window, we would need to go add it manually here as well. We could also have a list on the UI references window of like the UI windows that can be closed with escape. Turn on a light real fast. Which might be a little bit nicer for like future proofing as we add more windows. But we'd still need to add that window to that list here as well. It's just kind of in the same place so we wouldn't forget it as hard. or forget it as easily, I guess. But either way, it seems like we need a list of windows that can be closed with escape. And it doesn't really make a lot of sense to put it on the UI references singleton, because that's more of just like references to all our UI. It doesn't have, excuse me, it doesn't have like logic in it on purpose. And closing UI windows with escape kind of makes sense to have as logic here. So maybe we will just add the list here of public list UI window windows escape can close. And then we'll add all those windows here, and then we can just loop over that and say for each UI window, windows escape can close if that window is open, active self, active and enabled, I guess. Then we can say window.hide window, return true. So that window has now been closed. So if our inventory were open and we called this, it'd go through the list, find inventory, close it, and return true. If it goes through the list and finds nothing, we return false. And so here, we'll split this out a little bit, but Discord's blowing up a little bit. I want to make sure everything's all good. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Just checking a couple of conversations. Alright, that's also fine. Cool, cool, cool. Everything is fine. Just making sure like the API doesn't explode. I was also talking about this game on a Discord server I just joined before the stream like an hour ago, so I wanted to make sure they weren't being ghosted by me. Mark on red, I'll come back to that. Cool, cool, cool. All right, bet. So here, we have two different routes now of escape does something and P does something else. So for P, we could split this out even more. I feel like we'll just keep it in the update for now. We could have like a handle direct pause or handle indirect pause for escape menu. But really what we want to do, just handle direct pause. Pressing P always immediately pauses the game. We'll have this guy. If they press P and our global input is not blocked. So that handles like if you're talking to a NPC and you say my pizza is here, when you type that P, it shouldn't pause the game, obviously. So when you start typing in an input like that, it locks the global input. So things like this, keyboard shortcuts don't fire. And then when you stop firing, or when you stop typing in that input, it unlocks the global input. So keyboard shortcuts start firing again, which is why we have this sort of like check here. But here should always just immediately pause or unpause. So we'll take that. And then we'll have handle indirect pause. Pressing escape only pauses the game if no UI window is open. Otherwise closes a UI window. And they'll just close one at a time, I think is fine. So if you have both the inventory window open on the left and the NPC window open on the right, maybe we should close both. Pressing escape would right now close one of the two. It'd always be the same one because they're in order of like how we check them. But if you had both open, or like the inventory and your codex open, we don't really handle a stack right now of what order you open windows in. That would be the only way that it would make sense to only close one of them, like the most recently opened one. Maybe we should just close all of them. So we'll say all UI windows, And then here we can just say, if you've pressed escape, then bool closed any windows is close and open UI window. We'll rename that in a second. And then we can say, if we didn't close any, then we can do the normal pause logic. Because if we did close stuff, it was just fine to just close it. So here, what we'll do is just a flag we keep here of closed window is false. So we just set it to true here. And then we return it at the end. And we'll rename this to close all open UI windows. Cool, so that should work. And I've seen a few people even playing and they'll like press escape to close the conversation or close their inventory, and then they pause the game and you can see in their eyes they're like, what just happened? I think it'll be a lot more intuitive here. So let's test that while we're here. But we do need to link all of those windows real fast, and then it should just work. And we'll also turn on hot reload soon so we don't have to compile over and over and over. And I realized I've been playing music this whole time that I have not heard any of, so I'm gonna lock in as well. What were we doing? Right. Databases. No, it's probably on handle pause game input. Windows escape can close. So we want to grab all these guys. Stats, NPC window, codecs, equipment, storage. Storage is a good one. Yeah, all those are fine. Probably also all the workstations, prayer, anvil, loom, furnace, crusher, oven, and sharpening wheel. Like the other thing that we could do is like just scan the hierarchy for any UI window component objects and close those. But that might be a little too like overreaching. Like we might have UI windows later that we don't necessarily want the player to be able to close or want the player to be able to close with escape. That would future-proof it to like if we add a new workstation, we don't necessarily need to go add it manually to this. Let's do this real fast. Where's our script? Here. Let's lock this and then grab all these again. We wouldn't necessarily need to go add more, but it seems more likely, like if you think of the two bugs that you can have, the two most common bugs that you'll have in these two situations, either you've added a new UI window and the escape button doesn't close it. I think at that point it's very clear you need to go add that UI window to the escape closable list. You're like, why isn't this closing when I press escape? There's kind of a path to look for. Versus you've added a UI window, or there's a UI window showing, maybe like the toolbar is a UI window, or some new UI element you've added is a UI window, and you press escape and it closes it. You probably are going to go look at the code for what happens when you press escape. But you'll need to rewrite it at that point because you'll need to be whitelisting the windows that you actually want to close. So it'll work up until it doesn't, versus in the other case of like, it's a very easy bug to fix. So we'll grab all these guys. I think it should work. Let's go test it. Similarly, we have another bug that we'll fix, I think, next, which probably, yeah, right here. UI panels don't close each other. So the inventory window and the skills window open on top of each other. Skills window doesn't close the inventory window. Inventory window doesn't close the skills window. I'll show this off actually right now. So if you open inventory and then skills, they're both open. It's just skills is showing on top of inventory. So if we were even to click inventory again, it closes inventory. And if we clicked it again, now it's open, but the skills is still on top, so you're not seeing it. It's like a weird interaction here. You need to close the skills to see the inventory underneath. That'll all be fixed if like opening the inventory also closes skills and stats and anything else that's over here. Let me turn off this music. It's pretty loud. But people asked for a volume slider. So you got a volume slider now. I guess I can just turn it down instead of up. But since we have Spotify playing, I'll go ahead and not have the Unity music layer on top of that. But if we open inventory now and press escape, it closes it. Open stats, closed, equipment, and inventory, closes them both. Son of a gun, we've done it. We've done it again. Everything's perfect. Code works great. And then if we press escape again with no inventories open or no windows open, paused. And if we open inventory and press P, paused. If we press escape while we're paused, it closes the inventory window. Okay, that's slightly off. Here, when we press escape, we probably should do all of this if the game is currently not paused. So we'll say if game is paused, we'll just resume the game and return, which early return in an update like this is a little bit rough because we might end up adding stuff down here later and forget that it might not trigger, which is why I thought about earlier, like splitting this into a function and this into a function. You can do those early returns. You know what? Let's just do it. Now that we have the early return, we might as well. So we'll just have private void handle direct pause and private void handle indirect pause. So direct pause, you press P, it always pauses or unpauses. And indirect, you press escape, it sometimes pauses, depending on whether like the game is currently paused or we've opened any windows. But if the game is paused, it's not going to close stuff. So we can handle indirect pause. So that should work. Let's recompile. Let's turn on hot reload and then let's test that. And then we can get on to other UI windows not closing each other, which I feel like I talked earlier about like the two types of bugs that we want to encourage ourselves getting in order to fix bugs. I feel like I already might have added like a list of windows for other windows to close when they open. If that's the case, it should be an easy fix. We'll just add it to the list. But let's turn this on. We'll go in and test it. And also, just start looking. So we've got our UI window, show window. We might not have. Let's go look at inventory window manager. So what we probably want to do is like on a callback before window show on all these left-hand side or right-hand side windows, we probably want a list of all the left-hand side windows, close all the other ones, and then show ourselves. I think that's the easiest, like, intuitive solution. Let's test this, but I'm just gonna scroll through this code, see if we've already written anything like this. Side note, I feel like refunding crafting ingredients should probably live in cancel in progress alchemy. We'll look at that another time. Alrighty, so if we open and open, escape closes those, but it doesn't close these tutorial windows, which are not UI windows. If we open this, press P to pause, press escape, we unpause, and then escape again, closes it. I think that makes sense. That's pretty intuitive, like open inventory, equipment, escape to close, inventory and equipment, pause, escape, escape. Let's go talk to an NPC and just, because NPC, this guy specifically also opens your inventory window because we're trying to encourage players to like look at their inventory for solutions. So if we press escape here, closes them both. Cool. All right, so that should be good. Let's go ahead and grab this guy, put him in done. And then I know this is the very bottom of the list. I haven't organized these lists at all, but let's grab a quick little in progress so we don't lose what we're working on, and I can just go grab it without hunting. So this guy, let's do this guy next. UI windows don't close each other. So the big question is, we thought about whether this list of closable windows should live on the UI references service or instance, or if it should live on this handle pause menu script. Since it's used by the pause menu script as like logic, we put it here. UI references doesn't have any logic on it on purpose, so it can just, let's unlock that. So it's just a bunch of references. We will need this when we later on have like multiple scenes, because these are all the things that are specific to this scene. Like when you load into the scene, all these like global scripts need to be able to reference these scene specific things. So it's more of just like a reference table rather than any logic. But we need to store somewhere the information of which UI windows show up in which like UI window slot. So we have one slot here on the left hand side. We have one slot here on the right hand side. Do we have like a window manager? That would make a lot of sense. We don't really. We've got our UI pop-up service, which is closer. That's for like when you collect an item, makes that little pop-up, has it float up the screen, disappear. UI window canvas doesn't have anything on it. I think I was originally going to add a window manager for handling our keyboard shortcuts. So I'm not seeing that, but I do want to double check because I'm not sure where. Maybe we did that on the input service. No, where is keycode.c? HUD window manager. Left anchored windows, right anchored windows. We've done it. All right. Okay. So we have what we need already stored. We have a method already for hide all other windows with the same anchor as. We call that show anchored window. Show anchored windows called from toggle anchored window. That's called when you do oh, okay. So when you do a keyboard shortcut, it should work, but when you click the buttons, I'm going to do that real fast just to make sure we understand the flows. But as we saw, if you open inventory, then skills, then, or we can even simplify it. If we open skills and then open inventory, we shouldn't be able to see the inventory because skills will be drawn on top because inventory is not closing skills. So we'll click the buttons, skills, then inventory. Here, skills, inventory. That's a bug. We should be seeing the inventory. If we were to close both of these, and then that's K, I. If we press K, then I. So that works. That's what we want these buttons to do. So the buttons just need to call toggle anchored window with a specific window instead of, they're probably calling like show window on the actual window. So the question is, can we call this directly from a button component, which typically you might have issues with your parameters, but let's go see. So we've got our HUD canvas, hotbar menu, left-hand side buttons, inventory button. Let's not look at the world. So this guy's calling toggle window on the inventory window manager directly. So if we were to, let's leave that, but if we, where is this? HUD window manager. Probably on the HUD canvas, I guess. HUD window manager, yeah. Oh, and these also, wait a second. How does that work if we don't have the lists set? How does it know? Oh, they're just set at runtime. Do we really want that? Probably not. Because it, like we talked about needing to know to go update a list. It's easier to go update that list in the editor than to also know you need to go update it in the code specifically. But we'll come back to that. Let's see if we can even call that from the inventory button. So if we call hide other windows with the same anchor as, we can call that with the inventory window as the parameter, which should link to a key. We've got our inventory window. This is equal to that we've passed in. So it should be, when we go down here, left anchored window should contain the window we've passed in. It should close all the other windows. So let's get rid of the toggle window there. Let's go in and see if this works. We'll click skills, then inventory. If it does work, it's a pretty easy fix for all of them. We'll just go do it. If it doesn't work, it's probably how it's like comparing object to object, which might get a little funky, but I think it should work. All right, so we click skills, we click inventory. Skills, inventory. Right, because we're not showing it. But however that should work. So rather than calling this directly, we need to show anchored window, which will show it, the key part we're missing, and also hide the other windows. So let's do that. But I think it'll work now that we know that it's actually comparing correctly and also hiding the other window correctly. So here we'll just call, we'll call show anchored window. So now when we click skills and inventory, it should work. We shall see. That second tooltip has text a little bit too low. I think we'll fix that. But skills, inventory. It doesn't close the related tutorial, but I think that's fine. If we just close inventory, skills isn't behind it. So we should be fine. So we'll just update each of these buttons to also call the same method that our keyboard shortcuts do. That's a little too flashy. Sorry about that. Let's go fix all those, and then this guy should be done. And I also want to remember what we've done so I can check in both git commits and also add it to our changelog. So I'm going to put that back over in progress. But let's fix these guys. So here, show anchored window is what we want to use. Oh, yeah, what we were doing before was just hiding the other windows specifically, I guess. So now we have a nice helper method for that effectively. Here, show anchored window. That's the skills window. Perfect. Stats button. Show anchored window. Yeah, I could have sworn I had already written this code, so it's nice to know that it worked for the keyboard shortcuts. We just needed to update what we had. This is stats. And I see we have the skills window and the skill detail codex window. I guess those are separate windows instead of just being pages within the same window. So we'll just want to make sure that that also gets included in the anchors of like what to close. Looks like it is. And we'll come back to this too, because I think we'll just want to do that in the inspector instead of setting it up at start. All right, so next up we've got our right hand side buttons, just equipment, HUD canvas, show anchored window for the equipment window, and we have codex, HUD canvas, show anchored window for the codex window. Cool. So all the buttons should work now. What I want to do instead of this is just build our list in the inspector. So our left is going to be inventory skills, and stats. Let's lock this so we can click other things. Inventory skills, stats. Put those on the left anchored windows, and our right hand side is storage, NPC, codex, and equipment. Storage, NPC, codex, and equipment all goes on the right hand side. Let's get rid of this code. Always a good phrase to say. And that should all work. Perfect. Sup, big dog? Hey, Micah. Welcome on in. Is that a new username? I feel like you had Micah something else before, or maybe I just misread it. But Patrick's here too. Wow, we're getting the whole band back together. Welcome in, everyone. No worries being late. We chatted for about an hour as we normally do before we got into any code. But now we are going over some of the feedback that we've gotten, fixing some issues. Risky Biscuit is back too. Dang. All right, so we got the whole gang here. We've been refactoring your entire channel specifically for co-working as opposed to gaming. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I checked out one of your co-working streams. It was really cool. I normally don't think I see people's like actual screen in the co-working streams, as weird as it sounds. Like normally it's just them working like on video. So it was cool to see what you were working on too, if I remember right. Very cool. You know what? I'll give you a little shout out. I'm sure all y'all are already following each other anyway, but yeah, check out Micah's channel. He's reworking it. He did a cool co-working stream, probably going to do more co-working streams. A lot of people have told me they like having me on in the background while they're working, so might be a good channel to check out. And also shout out to Risky Biscuit Games for playing the game on stream as well. Looking forward to more people playing it too. Let's see. How's the demo been for everyone? I think it's been good. Like, I honestly didn't know how long anyone would actually play. There's a lot of people that I was like, they're probably just gonna like download it. They're gonna load it up and they might even know what to do, but they're just gonna be like, this isn't that interesting. There's nothing to do because there's no like combat. There's not much. There's crafting, there's quests, there's some NPCs to like just chat with. Like people love doing that in You Are Not Alice, which side note, we'll put that on Steam soon too. I wanted to get all this Steam stuff sorted out with this game before I submitted another game, but we'll probably just put our old demo of You Are Not Alice on Steam as well for people to play because people still play that on itch, which is kind of crazy. But that's a side note. People seem to like it. I have some very like rudimentary numbers. Let me make sure I'm not exposing an API key. And you'll have to ignore these actual like exact token counts. Because one, I've already put in a fix to use a lot less tokens, and two, we have a lot of token credits, so we're not too concerned with using a lot of tokens right now, but it's something we'll focus on later. But we've had 14 people play, which is pretty darn good for, like, we haven't even announced it on socials yet. We've just kind of mentioned it on stream and had it on Discord. When we release on Steam, I would expect a lot more people to play. That's when we're going to start like running some ads and like reaching out to anybody and everybody under the sun to try and get them to play it on stream. But I want to get all these like low-hanging fruit fixes in first. Just realized I wasn't sharing my screen for the stats. I want to get all these low-hanging fixes in first, just so like the Steam can be a little bit more polished than we have now. We've got a pretty hefty chunk of fixes in already that I need to do another build for. We'll probably have a new version of the self-hosted demo up Thursday. I guess I could do it tonight. We'll see like what all is left. Just depends on how much I get through today. But I'll post on Discord again when there's a new version there. But I'm really looking forward to the Steam demo. People seem so far to like the crafting. They like breaking the game. I see. It's a lot of fun. I broke many things. Great. We've had a lot of people really focused on like what they can break. I think people are seeing the potential of like, yes, we didn't code in a lot of things to use your items for yet. Like, quests are the only thing right now. Eventually we'll want to add in combat, some dungeons that like scale infinitely, so like better and better items will let you progress further in. We also want to make sure that doesn't become just like a number crunch, so we'll do some fun stuff there, but we need to figure out what we want to do there. But the cool thing is people seem to be like excited about being able to craft these crazy items and potentially do something with them later. So that's really exciting to see. And we've had a lot of really good feedback on like the difficulty curve and like how clear things are. Like, I'm very familiar with the game, so I just want to jump in and like break stuff and like do stuff, but a lot of things aren't super clear, so we're trying to like ramp people in a little bit better. That's a lot of like the changes we've made it that'll be in the next version. Seems to be going well. Still haven't gotten to download yet. No worries. As I said, I think probably new build on Thursday. The self-hosted build, importantly, like if you've downloaded from our website, it doesn't have any like update functionality in it, so you'll actually need to re-download whenever there are updates. So I'm trying not to put out a lot of new updates to that build specifically. I'm trying to bundle them all up into like one on Thursday. But we'll also have the Steam demo out, hopefully Thursday as well, which does have updating. So if you haven't got to download it yet, no worries is what I'm saying. Like there'll be the longer you wait, the better. But also, I want to see people play, and hopefully, you want to play too. So it's all good. Depends on what I'm working on, because if it's work, I can't show it. But I'm coding. I have a source for VS Code specifically. That's really cool. Yeah, I love the co-working streams. I used to be really active on Google Plus, specifically in like the everybody would join the like Google Hangouts, I think it was at the time, or Google Meet, whatever the precursor was, and everyone would just co-work together, share their screen or like share their video or whatever. It was me and like it was a bunch of writers usually. So me and like 10, 15 other writers would all just be writing in a room and super quiet, but you hear everyone's keyboards. I've been having a lot of fun, but I will say the 6-hour stint yesterday was not legit gameplay at all. Honestly, I would say the 6-hour stint of you just breaking everything yesterday was legit gameplay, because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you had fun. And that's probably the most important thing here. Like, obviously, there's some things to consider there of like, yeah, you broke everything so bad in 6 hours that you probably couldn't continue having more fun because you like had reached the end and all your items were infinite stats, and like you moved so fast you were broken. But you played for 6 hours and had fun, which is just like crazy to me, which is awesome. So again, thanks for that. I think there's a lot of work that we can do of like stretching out that, like that curve of progression that you hit over 6 hours. I think would be really cool if it were stretched out over like 3 months. And like as we add in more stuff and more stuff to do, like obviously that'll be other legit gameplay to do. But I think like we wanted to put out this demo for feedback on the crafting system specifically, and a little bit on the quest system specifically. And I think the feedback that we've gotten so far in the crafting system is it's very fun and very crazy and weird and new. People have concerns of like how it will scale, how it will be balanced, how it will be utilized and like be in the context of the rest of the game. But I think those are really good problems to have. Excuse me. Those are really good problems to have because people seem to be enjoying it. So, like, we can work with all those. We can figure out solutions. Like, if you have 10,000 gold, like, we can build in a system that lets you pay off NPCs to move to town, and then you have new NPCs, or like build houses, build new towns. Like, I think the core loop there of like crafting stuff, and also the core loop of like crafting stuff to a means of solving a quest or doing this, like that's all super fun. So that's been like amazing feedback, I think. So I would say the demo so far has gone amazingly. I'm very, very happy with what we've heard. I honestly, like, we put it out and I was like, I don't know if anyone will play, and if they play, they might play like 10, 15 minutes. If we're lucky, maybe like 30 minutes, 45, an hour. So to see people just like I woke up in the morning and started bug fixing yesterday, and there were still people crafting. Like the chat was full of people being like, this person discovered this person discovered this. So it's kind of crazy to see. So I think it'll be really, really cool. Like obviously there's a lot more to build, but I'm very happy with the demo so far. That was a lot to say. Yes, I think it was legit gameplay if you had fun. That's what's important here. If you aren't aware on Steam, let's quickly do this. If you aren't aware on Steam, if you ever look at the demo numbers, just remember lifetime free licenses mean nothing. Lifetime unique users is the amount that have actually played your game. Interesting. Yeah, we haven't seen any stats yet on the Steam stuff because we haven't put it out, but that's really good to know. I don't know anything about it, so when we put that up on Steam, I'll double check that. These are the only stats. Like I built this website for our API, for like managing our API. So all I've seen is we have 14 people who have played. Um, I played a little bit before the demo was released to test things, but it was a pretty good curve. Like, obviously things are gonna trend downward over time, like after the hype. But it's cool to see, like, with the exception of like 2 people, most people, like, these are very rough numbers, but I would say most people probably played for maybe 30 minutes at least. Like, I'll still run all the stats of like how long these sessions were. Yeah, don't worry about that API key. It's cut off, and I also regenerate them all the time. So it's all good. But you can kind of see like the total requests they make. So this could be 160 new items crafted in tutorial area. It could be inflated a little bit once they've made into town. Like, NPCs use a lot of requests because they're constantly in the background saying like, this is what I see in the game, what should I be doing right now? Because they do all the like, I want to go look at this thing that looks interesting kind of decision making, versus being scripted. But like, could be 1,000 items crafted, and then we have these people up here that probably one of them is me, I would assume, and probably one of them might be Micah. But like, those are people that have just played for hours and hours, which is awesome. We'll get better stats on these. Like, as I said, I built this website in like probably a weekend. I don't want to click around too much because there are API keys everywhere. But actually, fun side note and shameless shill, if anybody is interested in like adding AI to their games, you can actually just go to api.chromagolem.com and sign up for an account, and you can have the same API usage we have. Like, I built this for us, but we just threw a login in front of it. All right, so that's no API keys there. But I don't want to click around too much. There's some stats, there's some cool stuff, and there's different endpoints for generating text, generating images. You can choose like different models, etc., etc. It's all just like priced basically on what the model it costs from Azure. And we also have some new models as well. I haven't updated in a bit because it's only me using it, but that's something we'll probably build out further, especially now that people are actually playing the game. So we actually have data, and I can build like analytics pages and stuff. Build a streamer mode into the website. That's a great idea. I should absolutely do that. Let's see. I'll probably just wait for the Steam version for now. That way I don't have to do the extra work for updates. I can't wait to try it out. Yeah, that's what I expect most people to do. I've even had a few like friends that are like, I'll just wait for the Steam, like friends in real life, I guess I should say. You're a friend as well. And they're like, that's cool, but I don't want to have to download it again. I'll just wait for the Steam. That's cool too. It'll be up soon. I'll do another everyone ping on Discord when it's out. I really hate doing those, but people keep asking for them, so I think this is a time when it's warranted. Ooh, my throat is killing me. Quickly became this big number dopamine chase. Different version of a cookie clicker. It has been really, really interesting as well to see how different people play as well. Like, I am all about that crafting. Like, the original version of this game was literally nothing but crafting in just like a 2D menu. And then I just wanted more ingredients, so we built an entire 3D world around it to let you like go harvest ingredients. There were people that entirely interacted with the NPCs. They like never crafted anything. There were people that only crafted. There were people that did neither and just ran out into the world exploring stuff. Like, there's dropped items throughout the world, so they thought it was like a treasure hunt of like, ooh, I'm gonna find all the cool things. Nobody yet has done that I've seen the parkour course up here, but it's been fun to add a few things that like different people enjoy. I wonder if you can get into town this way. Like, if you don't fix the gate. Hahaha, interesting. All right, well, that's one way to get into town too, I guess. But I think this will be a lot nicer when we have WASD controls, but there is like a parkour course over here for getting up this mountain, and there's like rewards up there. So keep an eye out for that. Maybe when we have better jumping and better controls, it'll be a little easier. Oh, I guess you can go up that way. But another NPC up here you can talk to. But yeah, it's been crazy seeing all the different people play in different ways is all. Really what it was at that point was the limitation of the current map. I would click and be at the edge of it either and in like 3 seconds. Yeah, I feel like we'll definitely need some diminishing returns on like move speed. Because if you can get across the entire map in 3 seconds, that's pretty rough because it takes like 10 minutes to run across the world. Can we get a sturdy pair of boots? Yeah, replace them. I think we can make boots at the loom. In the general store, it will refresh its inventory after X amount of time, but the items in the store are different items that other players has made. Ooh, as a thought. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I've been trying to think of ways to get more like items in the game for players. One small thing that we have, like as a stopgap, is we have a couple traveling merchants throughout the world that periodically add new items to their inventory that are items you've discovered. So like if I take this herring and combine it with some scrap leather, obviously that item doesn't exist yet. But once we've created it in the game and discovered it, some leather wrapped herring, sure. All of the traveling merchants in the world can now potentially roll that item to add to their inventory every once in a while. So it gives a way of like, if you were to find an item on the ground, you could get more of that versus not knowing how to get more of it, or like other items. But it would be cool to also add like items that players have crafted, potentially adding those to the traveling merchants' inventories in other players' games. That'd be really cool. Oh right, we were down here. This guy needs a binding agent, so something sticky. We were down here to make some boots while we're talking. So let's go over to the loom. I don't know if we've actually unlocked boots yet, because I think we need some crafting level for it. Boots at level 3. So to solve that quest, I would probably want to make a tool that gives crafting XP so I can get my crafting level up to level 3, unlock boots, craft some boots, bring them back to that NPC. So it's kind of like we've been trying to take like a Minecraft mindset of having both long-term goals and short-term goals. We're still working on like the long-term things, but you can kind of see how that quest, once we've simplified it into something specific, you kind of have an idea, if you know a little bit of how like the game works, what you get at different levels, etc. You kind of have an idea of how to solve it, and also a path of like what you should do to solve it, even though most of the stuff you'll do along the way will be generating effectively random stuff along the way. You have like a path to take, which is cool. Let's see here. Trying to reach those colored rocks on the hill on the other end of the map. Didn't know I could jump though. Yeah, I've also noticed nobody ever jumps. I feel like maybe I didn't add that to the tutorial window at the beginning, but I think maybe a smarter thing to do, like just somewhere on tutorial road, maybe we should have a small ledge that you just have to jump up to progress. And so people are like, oh, I have to jump, therefore what's the button to jump? And they figure out how to jump, and now they know how to jump from then on. We don't really need to tell people, here's how you jump. We can just give them a thing they need to jump through in the tutorial. I'm realizing we kind of did a roundabout way. We climbed the mountain and like jumped over the town wall to get into town. So we never solved the quest for this guy, so he never opened the gate. Interesting side effect there. Maybe we think through something there to fix that. But I do like the ability to get into town a different way and excuse me, have different ways to like solve quests. Um, on that note, one bigger thing that I'll be changing on the NPCs soon is letting them do actions mid conversation. So let me catch up on chat in a second. But right now, as I mentioned with the NPC brains, they all basically have this loop of AI in the background, constantly like querying the game world, deciding on a potential action to do. Um, I think we want to enable those actions while talking to them. So, for example, I saw some people playing and somebody would give them a quest and they were like, oh, I can solve this quest by text. Like, I don't need to give them an item. One of the actions that the players or that the NPCs can do is like resolve the quest or like give an item to the player or receive an item, like these sorts of certain things. They only do those when their brain is active and thinking, and their brain is deactivated when we're talking to them, so they don't like walk away and go harvest with other stuff. They give the player their attention. But I think one thing that could be fun is to give them a few more actions of like give an item to the player, try and solve their current quest, maybe do some animations, and then we've got this long chain of logic that happens when you talk to them. One thing we can add to that chain is like, should there be any other actions executed by the NPC right now? So if this person is like, hey, I want to bake you a cake for your birthday, player. I've made strawberry. I made a strawberry cake. I need some candles. Can you bring me some candles? If the player then says, it's not my birthday, thank you very much though, like what is the end of that quest? You don't need to bring them candles anymore. You don't need to give them anything because they don't need to give you a cake. But if you say as the player, like, thank you, it's not my birthday though, we probably should one end that quest, because it's kind of a dead end. They can generate a new quest instead. But there are other actions that you might expect the NPC to do at that point. Wow, my throat's killing me. Hold on. Maybe I can try talking not so loud. But the player says, hey, it's not my birthday. Maybe the NPC completes the quest, says, all right, this quest, like we track whether players successfully or unsuccessfully completed quests. Maybe we just say, like, this quest is void. But also, maybe the NPC gives the character the cake that they've made so far. So what would be in their inventory gets transferred over to the player's inventory. Maybe the player does know how to solve it correctly, and like somebody's like, hey, I am mad at this other character because he stole my hat, and maybe you can go get that hat from the other character and give it to them to solve the quest. Or you can say, like, I made you a new hat to solve the quest. Or maybe you can just say, like, I think that hat is really dumb, your hair looks cooler, and maybe that solves the quest. And maybe they go through that like quest solving workflow, kind of to harken back to seeing all the different people playing the game in different ways. This is definitely like a new genre, I would say, or like a new way to play games. Like I played Baldur's Gate 3 a couple weekends ago, and I picked up some cups and some string and like other useless items, and I was like, why can't I craft this into stuff? Like I'm so used to crafting anything I want. It kind of feels similar to like talking to NPCs. You're like, people who don't play games will give answers like, oh, just get over it. And that's not like the correct solution. And we're kind of getting back to that of like, whatever is logical, whatever would make sense. So I think to get closer to that, it'll be nice to let NPCs like react more to what you say to them. and be able to complete these actions that we've coded in for them. Another good example is like the guards at the gate. We can enable different actions on different brains. So we can give the guards an action that says like close the town gates or open the town gates. Somebody like told a guard they were here to commit terrorism and they laughed because the guard didn't do anything. But like actions that the guard could choose to do with our AI loop here is like attack the player, close the town gate, like uh, call out to other NPCs to come join him. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we can make them do in response to what the player is doing or saying. And I think a lot of the initial feedback is like, yeah, what they're saying isn't really grounded in the world's reality yet. And a lot of that is like because we don't have that semantic search over their memories and the world lore book quite yet. That's like a different system we're working on. But it's also like they're just not reacting. They don't have the capability to do the thing that they're saying that they're doing. Or like if somebody says like, "Thank you, I'm going to give you this map." Um, First of all, they shouldn't say that unless they have a map in their inventory to give you. And second of all, they should actually give you that item. So it like actually maps to the world state. That was a lot to say. Thank you for biding with me. Thank you for hanging with me while I got through all that. I'm going to catch up on chat now. I'm going to have some water. I recommend everybody else go hydrate too. I realized I was talking very, very loud. I've got my headphones on, so it's kind of killed my throat. So let me recover for a second, and then we'll get back to whatever it was I was talking about before all this. Alrighty, so we got a few chat messages. Let me catch up. Your movement speed was off the charts, Micah. When you get a stat on this, you can pretty generally dictate its increase because of how the combination worked. Which is what I ended up doing. I'd hit like int things. So I went and got an int based item and was able to scale it up to scientific notated numbers once I got it locked in. Yeah, so I think we talked a little bit about that before, but we definitely want to control the scaling a little bit better. There's a lot more that I want to do there on like what stats can appear on what item, how those stats factor into like the value, the rarity, that sort of stuff. It's all pretty like hands off, let the AI do it right now, but we're going to take a little bit more control back, handle that like curve of progression, handle a little bit more like making sure the state is good. I agree. I like numbers go up, but there should be more of a game to it, I think. I was putting in weird stuff to their dialogue box, and they almost always got upset at me. That makes sense. Like, this guy can't talk, which is fun. His personality dictates that he can't talk. Oh, no. Okay, we'll fix that later. So he only ever does, like, motions and stuff, which, again, is probably a good use for, like, being able to play actions, which might be animations. If it says he nods, he should nod, etc. Say something or I will steal all your items. But people will get mad if you just give them gibberish too, especially like this. Also, fun fact, side note on this, we got rid of the personality that showed up at the beginning of conversations before. It was a lot of text. We also increased the typewriter speed here, so they talk a lot faster. But if you want to see that personality, you can go to your codex, go to the people you've met, and click on one of them. So you can read about them there. Let's see. That was me. I was the terrorist. I thought it was you, Risky Biscuit. I got so much good feedback from your stream. Thanks again. Actually, most of this column, or this column even, is like almost verbatim you being like, that pause menu is pretty rough, man. uh, Canned responses with keyboard shortcuts. Actually, let's go ahead and mark this one done too. We got rid of the tools you start with, so you don't need to make that decision anymore. We redid the tutorial to craft a tool instead. I'm just moving stuff to done for now to like make things better, and then waiting to see if people complain about them again, I think is a good approach here. We also decreased the general length of all the conversation messages as well, which I think should help. I wanted to craft a tool that gives me crafting XP, so maybe I can do that while talking. But maybe the best bet actually was probably just go buy a tool from like the blacksmith, if we can find them. I also added escape closes windows, which is so much nicer. No tools. Yeah, jumping is a little rough. Maybe it's better people don't know you can jump. The witches asked for a scary story, and I went and found some story online of someone recounting their schizophrenic break, and they were like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, that's a great example of like, that should have also solved the quest for them, I think. Like, if they say, tell me a story, and you tell them a story, it seems like a solved quest to me. Don't mind if I do. Some free items there. Let's see what else we got. Don't know why this guy's hitbox is so messed up too. There's a couple guys like that. And maybe we should add more tools to people's inventories also. I want to find the blacksmith though. But that's hilarious, Micah. Would love to have like more interactions with NPCs like that. You back here hiding? Actually, maybe we can take some scrap metal and make a tool with that. Quicker typing speed, hell yeah. I'm a UI programmer, so UI issues really stick out for me. Oh, nice. I do UI by necessity. Even when I did web development, I hated the UI portion of it. So I try and get things barely working. And especially in Unity with like the Canvas system. I know there's the new UI builder or something system. I haven't used it at all. But the Canvas system is so rough with like, I use a lot of content size fitters and like try and treat it like web development, and it's a rough experience. I also asked the front gate guard if there were any baddies. He hit me with, this city isn't a brothel, and I asked, is there a brothel? And he told me to respect the citizens or leave. See, I love stories like this, both for like gameplay, but also it gives me so many good ideas of like, all right, he probably should have closed the gate on you, or like done other things. It's hilarious. And also I think it's going to get funnier as things actually get grounded more in reality. I think you'll be able to do these ridiculous things and actually see their effect in the world, which is crazy. I'm also realizing maybe we should just start, like, I know with smithing you don't level up, you don't get tools until level 3. We should at least reduce that to like level 2, since it's so nice to have tools, but maybe you should just start with the recipes for tools. I'm not even sure. Wish I could find the blacksmith. He's here somewhere in town. One of his actions that he can choose to do if he's far enough away from home is to just walk back home. Just kind of how we leash them back to a certain spot, but they only do that sometimes. It's kind of up to the LLM, so maybe he's just out and about doing something. There he is. Maybe he's trying to walk home. I don't think so, though. He needs something to stoke his fire back to its full strength, but we need some tools. Chisel gives us crafting XP. Let's grab a hammer too. And you know what? One thing that NPCs don't do is look at their... Actually, I just added this. Maybe it's not doing it yet. Looking at the items in their inventory when they're creating a quest to see if any of those items could solve the quest. See, we have the coal here. I wonder if we were to give him that coal, would that solve his quest? I think we disable that on the easy quests, but like the later on quests or the follow-up quests, maybe they look at their own inventory. But that's a silly example there. If he gave us a quest, we bought an item from him and gave it back to him to solve the quest. But we did give him coal. I want to see if our follow-up quests start working too. Let's go ahead and start crafting with our chisel. Maybe something a little bit faster than digging on the ground. Let's use the chisel on the bush so we can start getting crafting XP so we can unlock boots for that one NPC. And then while we're here, we'll see if this guy generates another quest, because it should be based on us giving him coal for his previous problem, which I still need to test a little bit more to see like how that progression works. But I think that's so cool to like the quests link into each other now, which is kind of cool. Did you know about the crafting without materials thing I posted before I posted it? Oh, at workstations, you mean? I think you posted 2 different bugs. One of them was that you can combine some items and then wait until the sound is like max volume. And then close it at the right time. I didn't do the timing right there, but it'll give you back your items and give you the new item. That's such a crazy bug, first of all, because I know why that works. It's because you've reached a point in the LLM chain where there's like, it's almost like a point of no return where we've consumed the items and are in the process of creating the new item and adding it to your inventory. But it has nothing to do with the sound. It's just such a good like way of marking the timing correctly. It's just a crazy coincidence there. But there's also with the workstations, you can click the button a bunch of times, and it keeps crafting more and more because we don't lock it in progress when you're working on it. Reach a point where it's generating, it's like you're getting something. Yeah. I think that's it. Of like, I don't know if I'll be able to do it. Maple leaves, carved grass blades. If I turn the sound on, so I can kind of hear. So at some point, like there. Yeah, so at that point we've completed the crafting recipe generation. If it cancels before that, which closing your inventory does cancel it, if it cancels before that, you get your items back and the alchemy stops. But at that point, we've used up the items, you've discovered the result. We're still generating like the stats on the result. So we don't want to like interrupt it at that point, because we've already effectively done like writes to your codex and like stuff like this that'll show your crafting recipes. Oh, well, maybe that's a bug because it didn't write to our codex. Maybe because we interrupted it at that point. But yeah, it's just such a wild bug to find. I like it. I ain't even mad. When the numbers get higher, which I didn't really run into until E numbers, it gets easier because the items take way longer to generate. Interesting. It actually, I guess I wouldn't think it would take longer to generate because it's based on tokens instead of like logic. But I guess the longer numbers do have slightly more tokens. but it shouldn't affect the like time to think effectively. But yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to look into that. I've completely forgotten what kind of boots this person asked for. So, oh no. Huh. Well, that's a bug we should probably fix. Didn't calculate that correctly, but this person just needs a sturdy pair of boots. Sure. So, again, one nice thing in the codex, I know a lot of people aren't. Like, I'm watching people play and they never open the codex, probably because it's so ugly. But it does help you go refer back to what they asked you to do. We get certain messages keyed as quests. So you can look at the previous conversations, but you can also see the actual quest, you can see their personality, etc. So instead of me having to do that whole parkour course to get back up to her, I can just check my notes for what she wanted. But I think we can make boots now. We can. That crafting station should probably... Let's do this. I've got a couple notes here of things to add. Loom should also open inventory. It's a checkbox for whether it should also open your inventory on each workstation. What's the most sturdy material we have? Steel ingot, maybe? Let's mix that with some scrap leather to get some material, and then we'll make boots out of that. We'll bring it to the NPC. Maybe that'll help. So we got steel studded leather. Sure, let's use that as material. Make boots. Then I started hitting negative overflow values for my gold because the items were selling for so much. Interesting. I haven't seen that yet, but that's wild. All right, steel studded boots with extra durability. So it'll probably be even more useful since she just needed sturdy boots. And fun fact, the NPCs actually reason about the affixes on the items that you give them when they're determining whether that item will solve their quest, which is kind of cool. So like if you had an item that was just named potion, but one of the affixes was like a bunch of fire resistance, if somebody were asking for something that helps protect them from fire and you gave them a potion, it would actually consider the whole item and would probably be successful because it has the affix on it. All right, easy peas. Let's give you your boots. Any luck finding those materials to repair or replace my boots? You know what? What we could have actually done is at the top of here, there is some like pretty good boots that give you better jump speed. We could have grabbed those, but let's see. This solved her problem. I want her to generate a follow-up quest based on the boots. So we'll hang out in this area too. I guess I could have stuck around where the blacksmith was, but we can also go up if I can remember how to get through this like puzzle. I think we jump that way. Yeah, a little janky jumping, but we do what we can. Let's harvest some stuff around here. Chisel on gold shard vein. Sure. Hey, Freshka. Welcome on in. We are going through feedback and bug fixes for like your stream and also Risky Biscuit Games stream. Both of those were really, really good for me to fill out this like feedback board of stuff to add and kind of prioritize based on what multiple people are saying. We've actually changed the quests quite a bit as well, so they're a lot simpler quests. And we're kind of waiting for this NPC to generate a new quest. So we're just hanging out in the area doing a little parkour course, as it were. Glad I was able to help. Yeah, no, I'm glad you had fun. I mentioned earlier that we will probably have a new build around Thursday, and we're probably also going to have the Steam demo live on Thursday. So you'll either need to re-download the website one or get it from Steam in order to start getting auto updates from now on. It was kind of a last minute thing to put it on our website, so I didn't want to build in like auto updating and all that. But yeah, new build should be Thursday, whichever one you wanted to go. I had to re-download anyway. My workbenches were broken. Interesting. Okay, okay. I hope I fixed that. Any quest yet? No, not yet. So let's see if we can get kind of at the top here. I see the nav mesh is a little bit slow up here. Oh no. Okay, okay, okay. Everything's fine. I think right up there is like where the boots are that we could have gotten for her. All right, maybe that jump's a little hard. I'm not sure what caused it, but first playthrough it worked for about an hour, then it got stuck, and no matter how many times I reset the game, no workbenches worked. I tested on 2 different ones each time. We did have an issue the very first night. I think it was Friday night, where the server that powers everything just kind of like shut down. And so we had to restart it Saturday morning. I wonder if that caused some issues, or maybe you broke everything. But hopefully that doesn't happen again. We've kind of beefed up the server a little bit more as well to try and handle stuff. But yeah, hopefully the new build will be great for you. And especially if you're going to be playing on Friday. Should be ready for you then. All right, we made it up here. I'm pretty sure that's the item that we're trying to get. I'm trying to remember though. This jumping's a little bit janky still. All right, so this item gives us rock climbing boots, which increases our jump height enough that we can make the jump over here, I think. Yeah, that's quite the jump height. And that gives us Boots of the Faithful if we've made this jump, which gives us even more jump height. So we could have given these boots to that NPC down at the bottom to help them. But this boot helps us get over that so we can get up into the mountains and meet some of the hidden NPCs over here. That's such a ridiculous jump height. Maybe that's too high for just like items you find on the ground, but I dig it. All right, we found this area, which should have some good like resources to craft stuff with. Craft some of these, and I'll see where we're at in chat. That makes sense. That's when I did it. Okay, I broke it. I'm sure. You know what? Half the point of the game is breaking stuff, so no worries. I also would love to level up my nature skill a little bit, so we get. Wait, oh yeah, it is here. So we get the critical harvest feature. Do we have anything that gives nature XP? No. I guess. Does that work? Okay. Maybe we combine some like grassy stuff with our tool, and maybe we can make a nature thing. Billy has until Friday to get ready for a race. That's going to be so fun. I cannot wait to see that. This gives crafting XP. Let's see if we can make it more naturey. Are you going to be streaming the 1v1 with Billy on Friday? I will definitely tune in if so. Nature's etching tool. All right. Let's keep going. Let's see if we can get... We kind of sacrificed our crafting tool, but we got high enough crafting level that it should be fine. Etched leaf blade. You know what? How can we make this more nature and less crafting? Let's, I guess, also be just harvesting while we can. Fungus. Maybe. Imagine if you had the potion that gives you ×2 jump height. Yeah, that'd be pretty ridiculous. I feel like maybe the base items that we have here should probably increase the jump height a little bit less, so when you have these multipliers on top, it's a little bit less ridiculous from the get-go. You know what? These are fine. We don't really need all these. I guess let's do the big crystal if we can too. Crystal prism vein with our fungal etched leaf blade. See what we get with that. Just add fall damage and it will self-balance. You know, you're right. We probably, one, will have fall damage, and two, that's a good way to self-balance it. And like, one thing I like about, say, like Terraria, their items let you have some crazy jump heights. You get like double jump, triple jump, quadruple jump. They add in wings that let you fly, but you still have fall damage, and so you have like a limited amount of item slots. Like here we have one accessory that you could use your accessory slot to have an item that gives you immunity to fall damage or something. So it kind of also self-balances in basically restricting the number of slots. I guess that doesn't really apply when you can just combine that with another piece of gear and put that affix on that gear. But there's some fun stuff there. It takes an item slot instead of a gear item. I see. Yeah. He's gonna be on YouTube. Sweet. I'll be on Twitch. All right. I'll make sure to post around the stream too, so other people can tune in. But I'll definitely tune in. That's such ridiculous jump height. I don't know if I rigged up these guys to have brains or colliders, apparently. But we do have a spaceship here, so we could use our hammer on the spaceship. Let's see what we get there. Need a water bucket like in Minecraft to prevent fall damage. That would be really fun too, actually, if it was a skill-based way to avoid damage. Once we know the time, we'll make a post. Perfect. We'll figure that part out tonight. All right. Yeah, I'll make sure Tony and I can both see it if he's around too. But I'll definitely tune in. That's awesome. All right, scrap metal. Let's see what we get also with a fungal etched leaf blade. A spaceship what? Yes, there's a long story about this spaceship. So the fun thing about the system that we've built here, like this crafting system and the harvesting system, are really agnostic of what is actually in the world. So what we could do is like build up these new levels or environments or like caves or whatever, and we just tag all these objects with metadata describing them, and that's what gets pulled into the crafting system. Like obviously we're not hard coding all these recipes. So this spaceship here is kind of a first attempt into like a genre mashup, mix-over, whatever the term is. Like if you use your bare hands, maybe. There's some tools you can use that give you like alien artifacts and like more sci-fi things or more like horror things sometimes. So this object being hidden up in the mountains is interesting because like it is an enabler of entirely different crafting trees from the materials that you get from this ship. Like a lot of times you'll get like obviously you get scrap metal for like materials and things, but depending on the tools you have, so maybe let's take this hammer with some sunlight, make it a little celestial. We'll get probably like a sunlight hammer or something. You can use that. So we got a solar hammer. Let's use that on the ship. See if we can get some like alien artifacts or something. And that helps you build like these more like sci-fi objects and kind of progress the technology in the world if that's what you're into. It's kind of a experiment right now to see like what the actual outcome is. We take material as, or sunlight as a material. We could use that on the spaceship, which will modify our material objects. So we can see what sunlight turns into. Apparently it will turn into a sun-charged alloy. So if we had a way to like get more sunlight, which we don't really because we just bought these from an NPC, we could get a bunch of sun-charged alloy, which would probably make some really cool equipment if we took that back to like the anvil and made stuff out of it. We can also take alien metalloy scraps. Let's use some like gold shard chunks on it. Wonder what that gives. Oh right. Can't really scroll the chat without this unless I change what window has focus. Bro, I wish they would tell me if I pass this coding project or not. The suspense is killing me. Micah, I'll give you a little spoilers right now. You passed. It's okay. That's sick. I can make fish horrors. Yes. There's actually a horror area in the game. I can go over there. It's not too far. We still need to add more, like, I think it's going to be really fun to add some creatures over there. But we need to add more like resources and stuff to harvest from over there. But if you want to make horrors, that's probably the place to go and check it out. But without a map, obviously, it's pretty hard to find all these places. I'm gonna keep my NPCs dumb so I can be a god. Yeah, that's a strategy there. This guy might be too close. I bet the ship's collider is way too big. Or maybe this guy doesn't have a collider. Let's make a quick note here. Robot near spaceship needs collider check. We also got some black rock around here, I guess. But there's a couple other robots in this area. That's... Oh, you know what? Yep, something's not set. I wonder if he doesn't have a brain attached. Or a persona attached, probably. Alien needs persona, probably. But might be some fun quests over in this area of like, I think this guy's persona is that he crash landed on this island or on this planet. He has a couple robots that he uses to like maintain his ship. He needs you to get some supplies that like fix the ship. We'll do more later because one of the things that we want to build in is also modifying the objects you harvest from. We've done it a little bit with like limited harvest. So like if you harvest from a deer 10 times, it kills the deer. But other things are like if you use a fire, like an open fire on something like a tree, it should probably destroy the tree. It should probably modify the tree in some way. Right now, you're just going to harvest from the tree and probably get like burnt wood or something. But that's like one side of the coin. The other side, which we haven't built yet, is also like chaining in some modifications to the object itself. So once we have that in, I'm going to do a little bit more with this guy's plots of like what happens when you use the battery that he needs you to craft on this spaceship. Does it like lift out of the air? Does it hover? Like what effects does it get? What happens to it? So that'll be a good testing round for all that. I also love this robot. His persona is that he crash landed on this planet with that spaceship, but he's fallen in love with the nature in this world. So he just wants to hang out here. Apparently we can't talk to him either. All right. Green robot can't talk. Can't interact with. I think people said the rhinos in the desert, a few other NPCs you can't interact with. So I wonder if it's all the same issue. But there's some other interesting resources here. Let's grab a couple. And then I'll run over to that horror area. We're just kind of talking through stuff. It's nice to get you guys' opinion on like things we have planned. It's also been nice to get everyone's feedback on stuff so far. So I'm happy to just like walk around, fix a few bugs, play stuff. There's no nav mesh agent attached to him. I see. So he probably has a brain. And one of the things that he can do is walk around, but we didn't add a nav mesh agent to him. So he's struggling. We're getting errors. That's probably what causes interaction errors. We do still have ridiculous jump height, so we can probably just be ridiculous. Get over where we need to go. That might be too high. Maybe so. All right, we'll go down. It's okay, more of an advantage to me. I liked the constant gathering. I took a shower and came back to 3,000 pebbles. I also love the constant gathering. Um, and I love the both the reward you get of just like more and more items and also more and more XP. I do wonder if we should have some sort of like occasional AFK check on gathering. Like a lot of the game's harvesting systems were kind of inspired by RuneScape, which in that game, if you're not familiar with, you can click on a tree and keep harvesting it for a long time until the tree is destroyed. But then the tree grows back. Like basically, what it amounts to is about every like 4 minutes or so, you need to click again, and it like re-engages you with the game. Obviously, it's an online game over there, so it needs that click to like keep you logged in. Um, but there's something to be said about like I really really love these sort of like second monitor games. I kind of describe them as like games where I can just open them up and make progression without actively interacting with the world. So like jumping in and harvesting 3,000 pebbles. That is fun to me while I'm working on another monitor and like just peeking over and seeing like, oh yeah, I just hit level 30 or whatever. But it's one of those things where it might be good for like the health of the game to be like, all right, you can harvest 100 times or 50 times or whatever, but then you need to click again. Like maybe you just go back to idling afterwards. I don't know yet. It might be like restrictions for the sake of restrictions, which I don't really like. I don't want it to feel like you have to be engaged. I want it to feel like you can AFK things, but if you are engaged, you get some sort of benefit, like better XP. Like the equivalent in RuneScape is you can just click on a tree and harvest it until it breaks. But if you click at the right rhythm, like if you just keep clicking here, like when you're done harvesting, it'll actually make you harvest a little bit faster each time. So like that active engagement is a reward, but you can still have the passiveness. Is there a button to split stacks? There is not a button yet. We should probably add that in. And actually, that's one that I want to track here. Add a button to split stacks of items. Nobody's explicitly said that. I've been meaning to add it in for a while, and I'm kind of trying to deprioritize the things that I want to add in and prioritize the things that people have mentioned instead. So I want to make sure that gets added in there. And I feel like, what level are we in crafting? Surely. Oh, wait. We want nature, not crafting. And we don't have a nature tool. Right. But yeah, I think I saw a message. Could add bonuses if you hit spacebar at the right time or something. Yes, actually we have that in the game. And in the interest of not overwhelming people right at the start with like so much stuff, that system actually unlocks when oh boy. Right. We've reached the horror area. When your nature reaches level 2. So if you've leveled up nature at all, you now start getting a little target box on that bar when you're harvesting. I'll load that up. And then if you press space in the right bar, it'll basically progress the bar forward a bunch. And also, when you get to level 5, you get something called fall harvests, which I might just need to bite the bullet and craft the nature tool because I want to show that off. But basically, that adds on another feature onto the system saying when you hit that box in the right time, whatever you're harvesting, another one of them will fall down and you get a little bar at the bottom of the screen that you need to use the arrow keys to move around and catch it. Um, and if you catch it, you get a bonus of whatever you're harvesting. If you don't catch it, nothing happens. But um, it's a fun system that is kind of ridiculous, and so we've hid it behind a level perk. But let me do some more crafting because it would be great to get like a nature tool. I wonder if we can build something. See if we get a nature tool. Oh, something broke, but that's all right. The Constant Gathering kind of gives it this hybrid feel of an AFK RPG farmer thing like Evolve. That is exactly the vibe that I'm shooting for. Hey, we did it. Nature tool. All right, let's use that. Let's harvest a little bit. With this tool, mycelium cluster on a stump will probably give us some cool mushrooms, or apparently an enchanted stump. Another good example of like when we have that chain in, it'll say like the player used this tool on this object and received this object back, or this item back. What else should happen to the object in the world? If we're receiving a stump like this, we should probably delete the stump off the ground because it's like we picked the stump up effectively. But we'll level this up. Leveling up our nature here. Nobody else wanted to just combine the same item over and over for 3 hours. They might have. Maybe they would have if there was a way to split item stacks, but you were definitely next level, Frischka, of just combining the same item. And one of the things that I want to add is like a history of like, we have this kind of in a form already of you're discovering all these recipes, but it's very one-dimensional. So if I were to take this and this, so intricate leaf ornament and an apple, and combine those, we have this new recipe for it. But if I take that and combine this ornamented apple with bread, we have a new recipe there as well. But this new item is kind of 2 layers deep, one might say. So apple bread. It would be really, really cool if we could like right click on this item and view it over here in a big like tree viewer that says like, here are all the recipes that craft it. Here are the recipes that craft those ingredients. So you can see like this kind of progression or this path. Like I want that item. Here's the route I need to go through. I think that'll also help a lot for like, if people get a quest and they're like, what do I even craft for this? They can kind of pull up this tree and like browse through all the items and see like, how do I get there? But it'll be really, really cool for when you just combine the same items over and over, because you get this like really pretty tree, resulting in like a cooler and cooler item. I would love to see that. I'm so bad at front end work. That sounds very hard to build, that like tree that places all the nodes correctly and links them and redraws as you move around. Let's see. I saw the X in the bar, but couldn't figure out what button it was. Oh, okay. Yeah, we should probably add. Let's add a critical harvest tutorial when you reach level 2 nature. So we can just add in a little thing, and maybe we even put like a little button icon here. Add spacebar button to critical harvest indicator to kind of show what button it is, because you intuitively knew you were supposed to hit a button on time, but you didn't know what button. So we can just show the button too. We're probably level 3 nature. I'll keep stalling. We're still trying to get to level 5. Maybe this bush might be a little faster. Let's see. I need all the tips so I can humiliate Billy. That ain't fair. But I guess Billy's not watching the stream, so it's on him. Alright, these looking like we're harvesting a lot faster. Mycelium infused leaves, fungal spores. See what we get with those. Your cursor doesn't lock onto items as much as mine does. I have like 8 items just stuck on my cursor last night. Oh, you mean the tooltips like this? Fun fact, there's a pretty nasty bug. If you are hovering over an item and you close that window while showing that tooltip, that right now in the demo that's out right now, has this tooltip get stuck to your cursor, so it won't ever go away. That's fixed. That'll be in the new build on Thursday. But sorry about that. It's a nasty bug, but to prevent it happening, you can just like not be showing a tooltip when you close the cursor or close the window, I guess. It only happens when you're showing it and it closes it. The fix was super easy. We have a like on mouse out event that happens to close the tooltip. I just added that to on disable as well. So anytime that like these slots are disabled, it's also going to close the tooltip. So if you do other things like open other windows or an NPC talks to you and it interrupts your window or something, then it will actually work now, which is great. I have like 8 items stuck on my cursor. Yeah, it's rough. I wonder if it's replicable, but in 2 situations I had a random item. I crafted that random item into a weapon. Then when I combined the item that I just used to make it plus the same item in a deeper level, it just made the original item. Like the lemon stuff. Yes, I think I saw you do that. And it might be replicable. There's definitely like... I've seen some cycles, which I don't hate, but there are ways to like craft items where you'll craft things, especially when you're doing 2 of the same item, you'll get something that you already had. And since items are keyed off of just the name, it's always going to have the same stats of the one you already had. But it is a little bit weird sometimes to like... get those items you already had. So I'll probably want to look into that. It's not something I'll look into the specifics of like, maybe I'll pull up your stream and see the items and see what I would have done differently. But some of them make sense, some of them don't. But there might also be a bug there of like, it feels like one of the items I saw you craft just made like whatever you had previously crafted and didn't really make sense as a result for that combination. So there might be a bug of like something was null, so it pulled in what was already set or something like that. So I'll dig into that as well. It happened the second time when I was playing with fish. I plan to make some clips to go with my notes, but haven't had the time yet. That'd be really cool. I'd love to see those clips. Tony and I are still working on the Steam page. We're going to upload some new screenshots. Let me just do this real fast. Side note, if anybody hasn't wishlisted the game on Steam, if you do, you'll get an email when it's out. You should also get an email when the demo is out. But also, wishlisting the game helps us just like with numbers and like telling people they're excited. But we're going to add some new screenshots to the Steam page, and we're also going to record some little clips like that for like each of the systems. So if you make clips, like I'd love to see what you make because we're going to be making them too. Just exciting. I'm going to combine some stuff. 100% on him. Yeah, Billy needs to watch the streams if he needs all the good tips. It's an easy prevention now, I know. Absolutely. I also added like a few other nicer things, like you can press escape to close windows, so that would have caused that bug with the tooltips before, but it's nice that things are actually broken. Roseate Topaz, Roseate Shard. Let's see what we get there. I found a similar thing when I started catching on to how stats were being allocated on craft. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it's really, really interesting that the stats of items is entirely left up to the LLM right now. So in a way, it's like random, but in a different way, there's definitely a pattern to it. So like once you start getting a feel for how that LLM works, you can kind of predict the stats, which is kind of crazy. Wow, this is worth 200 gold. Let's keep that. So it's a weird like middle ground of like people will say, "Oh yeah, I know how this works. Like I know how the stats are computed. Like I can predict it." And in a way that's true because it's like the LLM prefers to do things in a certain way, but it's not always true because we didn't like code the algorithm for the stats yet. But it probably will become more true as we take more of the stats and like there's certain items that we only want certain stats to be on, like move speed and jump speed. I'm going to limit to just equipment that is in the boot slot. And like consumables have a bunch of stats that we don't want on like equipment. You don't want current health appearing on a equipment piece because that's how we heal. Like if you drink a consumable, it gives you plus 50 current health to restore your health. What happens when you equip an equipment with plus 50 current health? It heals you, and then you take it off and put it back on, and it heals you again. A little bit weird. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. So back to chat I go. If I was starting a new strain, I would craft my current item with my shears, and it'd always give me an item similar to my current item, and then I'd just start combining them where I'd sell the third, craft using the most recent one and the second most recent. Yeah, it's also really cool to see people make these like loops, these like production chains effectively of like, I do this and then I do this, and it puts me in a good pattern of like, I can expect what I'm going to get because I've kind of figured out the pattern. But you doing that and like Freshka doing the A plus A, AA plus AA, like it's a different pattern. And he's also going to get like a slightly different result, like pattern of results. Very, very cool to let people kind of decide their own ways to craft, I think. Should have the Steam page finished tonight. Hell yeah, Tony. He's killing it. I'm going to send you a time for that bug to show up where I didn't close the window. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Good to know. I think my fix should handle a lot of cases, but I will want to double check that. Thank you for sending me that. Picture got stuck on the screen while I was crafting. Sent the bug in Discord for a later point. Perfect. Thank you so much. Mine was just straight adding the stats together and giving it back to me at a certain point. Yeah, it's also interesting, like, it's the LLM deciding to do that at some point, and it doesn't also know anything about its previous crafts. It's just something about those big numbers that says like, all right, I'll add them instead of like averaging them or something else. So it's weird to like whisper to the computer and understand what it's saying and back. Freshka, good to see you. It's always good to see Freshka. Part of me wonders if the factor multiplier was getting multiplied. I didn't think about it until that number was already too large. Yeah, we'll definitely want to like, I'll probably write some tests to figure out what's going on there. Doing that at a certain point, it resets the stats and you keep going deeper and deeper and the stats changed. There's so much stuff to like figure out how this works, which is crazy because also we can like describe how it works with words is how the crafting system works. And we can change those words and say like, say anything we want. Like you should prefer averaging instead of multiplying or adding or whatever. And it'll just change the whole like how crafting works, which is crazy without any code changes. I was running over here originally because somebody mentioned wanting to make horrors. So I wanted to show off this horror area before we get into that biome, which changes the camera. You can start seeing like it has dead trees, it has shade trees, it has stumps, it's got no collider on that. Let's see. Collider check on arboreal tentacles, which is what we call them, I believe. But there's also some mushrooms. Ooh, well, it's been a while since I've been outside of town, so collider check on, I think it's a bone mushroom. Let's see what else we have in here. but you'll start seeing the camera get pretty funky. I don't know why that transition happens the way it does. I should probably look into that. Hexbell toadstool, like it's probably a little bit too much for this biome, but it gets pretty crazy. Just to help you like focus in. There's some items on the ground to explore. Yeah, we got bone shroom, we got death cap mushroom, like a lot of horror related things. Um, I'm really excited in this area to start adding like creatures and monsters. I'm gonna put some real spooky ones in that you need to like deal with in order to get some of this spooky stuff. It's kind of fun to like use these biomes to target specific types of players, like people that come here probably like horror games and therefore might want more horror game mechanics in their game or like horror game themes. So the items they get here are very horror themed, and they can bring those items back to like in the same way the spaceship lets you do more sci-fi themes. You can get horror items as materials to like introduce that more into your crafting tree, into your world, start making stuff that you give to NPCs, and NPCs start like using those items. Bone shrooms should be limited. Bone shrooms should have limited harvests. It's just kind of a way to like target a different type of player and like provide them a way to introduce another genre into the game. Also in this area, we have this uneasy platform, which is kind of fun to harvest from. I guess I never showed off the fall harvest where things will fall on the ground and you need to catch them. And fun fact, the speed that the items fall is related to the weight of the item generated. So just a fun little thing. There's some items over here. You got a human skull. We've got our Tome of Forbidden Knowledge that you can only harvest from once. So you got to choose like what item you want to harvest from. So let's use our solar hammer and harvest from the Tome of Forbidden Knowledge. It'll give us one item and then it'll disappear, as the limited harvest system works. So we are going to get this item that weighs very little, so it kind of falls down. But we could only harvest it once. I see, there's a little bug there. The fall harvest thing works and ends at the end. You can also pick up some of these items here that are uneasy feelings, which make for some really interesting crafting recipes when you start getting these like abstract things. Yeah, we gotta tone down this collider on the uneasy platform. I'm doing all these small fixes as just a list. I'll probably hammer through these off stream later. I just want to keep playing right now. I'm having fun. And then lastly in this area, we've got a few more NPCs that I haven't talked to in a long time, so I don't even know what quests they'll give, but we've got Silas Legend Talk, the Myth Whisperer, and Idris Abisk, the Void Caller. And you can't interact with either of them either. So apparently I really just need to collider check on all NPCs outside of town, because I probably forgot to add something. And I think they have some pretty cool items that you can buy from them, but gotta fix those colliders first. So let's get out of here. And that transition is awful. So let's actually fix transition in out of horror biome. It's probably just like the what's it called? That gradient between two post-processing effects. We probably just have one set too strong or something. Could be cool if it had some kind of pickpocket monster NPC you had to watch out for. Ooh, that's a good idea. Actually, that's a great idea. There's a lot of really cool stuff that I want to do with monsters in combat. And as like a completely different way of harvesting resources. So monsters obviously drop items when you kill them. And a pickpocketing NPC would be really cool to like have a lot of spatial challenges and like have to avoid, but it kind of fits in really nicely of like if they do steal an item, then you probably need to kill them in order to get that item back. Oh yeah, we didn't even write personas for each of these guys, so that explains why we can't interact with them. But yeah, it's a great idea for a creepy guy. Creepy music too. Oh yeah, that's Scythe back there. Scythe is definitely my favorite weapon in games like this. Cannot wait to have like the model generation for these items. So like equipment and weapons. There's still a lot of like hard tech work to do on that, but when you generate, say, the solar hammer, we have an item, a 2D item with an image. We also need to generate a lot of other stuff in order to like visually show it, like either 2D item to 3D, or we'll probably go with that. You could also do text to 3D, but it might not map directly to the image. So probably 2D image to 3D model, which some sites are starting to be able to do. Like I think Meshi.ai is one. This might only be text to 3D, but need to figure out 2D to 3D generation, and then you'll be able to equip stuff, see it, and use it once we have also like the animations and stuff working. But I cannot wait for some scythes. My favorite. We're out here. We might as well crush some stuff, I guess. Also, Crusher should open inventory. Cool. We've got powder shroom. Let's crush that to dust. Is it bad? I think I played for maybe 10 hours and haven't even attempted one quest. No. I mean, to be honest, the reason we added quests is to give you a... Why did that close? To give you a reason to do more crafting. So if you're enjoying the crafting without the quests, you don't really need that like push to craft more. So I love the crafting. It's basically like what's that site like Little Alchemy? Yeah, like Little Alchemy is a fun little game. You can spend 100 hours playing this. Like, oh, what do I get when I combine flood with pressure? Oh, nothing, because this is a game in progress, I guess. So earth with pressure. Okay, nothing. Earth with flood. Nothing. Earth with fire. I get lava. Wow. I love this game. And actually, let me comagolem.itch.io. I'll pull up the original. I don't know if people have seen this, but it's very, very similar. It has a little bit of quests, but it's the same thing. And so the whole, like, hope it works. The whole idea to add quests and other things is literally like to give you more reason to craft. So if you love the crafting as much as I do, go for it. But here, like, it's the same thing. This is even like Elixir Emporium is the name of this. The current game is way too big to be on itch, so this lives as like a 2D version. But we've got our NPCs in town. They generate quests. You say, all right, crystal and axe. I'm going to make a crystal axe. Maybe I'll add a flower to that. Combine that. I got a blossom axe. Wow. It's the, like, I think that's so fun. You didn't even need the quests. And you can just keep going. Needle and thread with spider silk. Sure. Silken garb. It's got stats, it's got durability, it's got item value. You can take that to the shop, sell the items you've made, buy new materials, etc., etc. It's got all your crafting recipes. It's your codex again. But the downside of this game is this is the only way to get new items is go forage for free items or like solve quests correctly and they give you items as a reward. There's also a little bit of travel. Once you've completed a quest, you can go to new areas and it generates new NPCs and replenishes the foraging stuff. But like the crafting is the star of this game. And that's where it should be. Crafting is the star of this game too. We just want to have more like stuff to do with the things that you've crafted and also other things to do between crafting. Let me get my window. It is so bright here. All right, so in that horror air, we also got an uneasy feeling. I love crafting with these. Maybe we can combine that with like alien technology scraps. See what we get there. Oh, I only had one. Oof. Hope that's good. Thought I had more than that, but that's one of those items. Ooh, an uneasy alien device. Sure. Let's take that and combine it with a human skull. But now that I've discovered uneasy feeling as an item, the traveling merchants in the game will start selling those potentially. So that's a nice way to get more. Cursed Skull of Unease. So we can make some cursed items here. A mystical rarity. That's pretty cool. We'll combine that with some radiant charred pages. Scorched by the power of the sun, emitting a faint and eerie glow. They might hold some residual knowledge or power. Let's see what we get. I mean, to be fair, even in games like WoW and Diablo, there's so many times where I'm just watching a movie or something and just killing random mobs and farming for BOEs. Even though it was slower to level it, it was relaxing for me. Yeah, that's exactly what I do too. Like, especially in Diablo, like if I have 45 minutes to play, I'm going to hop in and I'm just going to go to a random zone and I'm going to mow down monsters for 45 minutes. And then all the items I get, I'm going to chuck in my stash. And then another time when I have more time to like put more mental effort towards playing, then I'll go through all the loot I got and like be like, ooh, this would be cool to make this kind of build, or this item I might be able to sell for a lot, or other things. But I think it's really, really important and fun to have those like, you don't always have to have your brain on while you're playing type of games. Or even type of like subsystems in the games. Human, welcome on in. We are crafting away. We are fixing bugs. We have a long list of feedback somewhere. Did we close that? No. We have a long list of feedback. We are working through it. We are planning to have another build of the demo out on Thursday with all these bug fixes. And also planning to have the Steam build, Steam demo available on Thursday as well. So excited to get all these fixes in and also get people playing it. But good to see you. How are you doing? You went hard on the stream yesterday. You were streaming for so long, if I remember right. Hope you're well rested today. You saw that you can cheat through doors also. I don't even do the level 1 quest for You Need a Tool anymore. Yes, I did see that. And when we started playing this here, I also took an alternate route and like went through the mountains with some parkour and made it into town that way. The downside is the gate remains closed, so you can't really get back into or back out to Tutorial Road if you do that. But we'll figure out some way to let you like cheat in if you have the game knowledge to do so. You can just walk to the left. I've seen NPCs walk through there. I wonder if the wall doesn't have a collider on it or something. We'll have to scope it out. Let's do Solar Hammer on our Infernal Ruby Vein. Today I was mostly busy. Oh wait, I missed this. I didn't play your game yet, but how did you create an installer for that? That is a great question. It took me so long to figure out how we could make an installer. Oh, sweet. We finally have a pickaxe. Let's use that on some of these. But the answer is... Oh gosh, didn't mean to actually open it. Inno setup compiler. Let's see if I can just... Yeah, so it'll have like a wizard. I don't need to teach you how to use this, I guess. But basically, it basically lets you take a Unity install. You specify the actual gameplay thing and then also a folder of where all the files are. And it'll build an installer for you that works. Inno setup. This guy. Inno setup, jrsoftware.org. I saw somebody recommend it. I still need to figure out how to sign the installer, like for Windows to trust it a little bit better. Some people have said that Windows has blocked it because it wasn't signed. I just don't know how to set up signing yet. So one thing to keep in mind, but it'll create one exe that lets you distribute that. And then when they run that, it's the proper installer, and it'll like unzip the whole project for them and then install the executable where it needs to be. So it'll actually show up in like the installed applications and everything. So works really, really well. Just takes like 30 minutes to compile each time. And also there's that one bug with, or one like setup thing that I just haven't done yet of need to make sure it is signed. This jump is ridiculous. Yesterday I streamed for about 6 hours 15. Yeah, you went hard. Just walk to the left. Today I was mostly busy with getting my animation crap fixed, and I actually succeeded. Heck yeah. That's exciting. I can't wait to see the new stuff. I'm really excited about the demo out soon. For anybody watching, a regular human is also crunching away in the final moments of a game that he's going to show off. It's more of a horror game where you're scavenging. You gotta shred the materials you find for more resources. There's trains. There's cool stuff. Check out his stream sometime if you want to see more. Side note, in this area, I'm going to put so many dragons. Like a huge dragon skeleton in the center. Lots of baby dragons you can harvest from. Lots of cool stuff in here. It's going to be a little hidden area. But dragons are coming. Got to do a little bit of combat stuff first, though. Starlight diamond. All right, we'll harvest from that. That's kind of ridiculous illumination coming off of that. There's some shader issues we got to work out, I guess. Let's see. And also, this stuff is so weird. You guys got to let me know if you love it or hate it. It's unlocked at level 5 nature, but normally when you put spacebar here, it jumps the bar forward. And so you can harvest things faster. But once you've unlocked this, you also have this mini game like at the bottom of the screen. So you're like looking up and down. I don't know if I love it or hate it. It's super weird. Kind of hard, like in general. But it's silly at the very least. And I want to double check that we want to add tutorial about... Oh, okay. We already did that. Add a critical harvest tutorial when you reach level 2. We gotta tell people to use spacebar. Let's see. Oh, you can go back out the gate too. Okay, well that's good to know. We should still fix things though. Does that also take care of the signing of the application? I didn't even know signing of applications was a thing, really, until it started complaining. So I'm glad you knew. It does not. Humans game is lethal company with trains and shredding, but also cooler. Great synopsis. Because trains. Also Hibiscuit. Good to see everyone here. Glad everyone's hanging out. Glad you're having fun. Oh, this anvil doesn't work either. Let's say desert anvil doesn't work. I wonder if does anything work out here? Is it a collider issue? Okay, things are working. On the fall harvest, I don't love it personally. Maybe instead of moving the bar, you just hit the same button again. So it's just a 2x timer. You hit space to get it to drop, space again to collect it. That could work. So actually, let me do this. So you'd hit space here, and then like it maybe goes down, and you just hit space at the right time down here or something. Still want to figure out like UI and stuff for it, but yeah, that would probably be nicer than like this weird like catch it type thing. I'll play around and see what looks good, what doesn't. Hello, Death Fudge. Welcome on in. Is there a way to resize when in windowed mode? Full screen on my monitor is annoying. There is not. I have had somebody else recommend that. So let me... minimize. Resize. Somewhere in there. I'll jot it down. But right now it is full screen only. So I need to figure out how to like... I've never built a Unity project that was window mode. Allow window mode and resizing. So I just need to figure out how to do that. But hopefully that'll be quick and in the Steam build on Thursday. The catcher would be so annoying on controller. That's a great point, actually. Yeah, you'd need to like press a button and then like maybe a right stick or something like that you would use to like move the camera. You would move this, but yeah, I built it one day on stream just as like a ridiculous thing to build. And I didn't want to throw it away. Like, there's bones to it. I like having mini games, especially while harvesting. And just pressing the button once at the right time was nice, but I wanted to add in another layer of complexity later. But we might not keep it, but also there's probably some tweaking to be done. But good calls, good calls. I also could minimize either to change monitors. Couldn't. Yes, I need to figure out how to do that. Quick tip for anybody who wants to send anything to a different monitor on Windows. If you press Windows Shift left or right, you can't see it on the second monitor, but that'll send even full screen things to another monitor. So maybe that'll help in the meantime, but I'll try and get that in for the Steam build on Thursday. But that's how you'll send it to another monitor. It works for anything on Windows. Could be saved for some kind of minigame from an NPC. That makes sense. Yeah. Or make an arcade machine in one of the towns and you can get rewards from high score. Why not both? There's probably a few, like, it would be... It would be nice if... it were in a couple places and maybe like rewards you in different ways based on where you're doing it. Like the arcade machine can give you points and like coins as a reward. But if we also made it work decently well for harvesting, like it would be nice to play it while harvesting to get like more of the resource you're harvesting. But if you didn't care about that, maybe you play it for gold over here, or maybe like somewhere else you can play it for some other sort of reward. It's kind of nice to be able to pick and choose the reward you want, I think, and just treat it as like a system. Yeah, let me write down desert cactus is floating. Can't have anything in the desert floating because it makes it look like the things that are floating were on accident. And yeah, this shader's a lot more vibrant than I remember, so I wonder if that's causing a lot of these issues, especially with the biome over there. But like these float on purpose, so it's extra bad when other stuff is floating on accident. Let's see. Neat trick. Yes, I learned that. I always make my default monitor my small monitor when I stream, because I don't want to, like, when I alt tab it shows all the windows and I don't want them showing up on stream because I have so many windows open, and other reasons like start window and stuff. Like if I hit Windows key blah blah blah, it's on another window. But that means like when I'm streaming Dota or some other full screen application that like Overwatch, I need to use that trick to send it over because it's always such a pain. So it's a good trick to know. Wow, these boots really let us get anywhere we want. I'm trying to think of where in the world we might want to go now that we have them. But we probably should have more places. I'm just realizing there's a lot of places that you can get to with regular jumps, but not a lot that would let you get there if you could jump a little higher. Somebody complained that they couldn't interact with this guy, so let's double check what happens. Human is playing now. Heck yeah, is that you that just discovered Barry? True duelist. Let me give a name. Watching you. Alright, so yeah, whatever. Something is preventing us from interacting with all the NPCs outside of town, basically. So we'll fix that. Where's that going to put us? It's an easy way up the mountain, I guess. Oh, didn't mean to jump. Easy peasy. I bet we won't be able to interact with these NPCs either over here. But I want to check out this area, because I really have only tested inside of town for a lot of this demo. Sent you some code on Discord for screen options. Heck yeah, thank you so much. I have, like, I know what windowed mode is, but I'm sure it's just like build settings in Unity maybe that allows it. I'm not sure. But thank you. It'd be a nice little jump start to figure out what's going on. I guess we don't need to be harvesting with our mycelium cluster on everything. Is our camera moving? Is the ground moving? Are we moving? We're moving. Why are we moving? I wonder if we will stop moving ever. Huh. Also, this tombstone is always really fun to harvest from. Gaia's tombstone gives some pretty interesting items, especially when you combine with interesting tools. They usually make pretty good components for crafting other stuff. And one other system that we want to add is like generated billboards, effectively, that like are bound to the world state in the same way. All the systems that we have for NPCs that we still need to finish for like getting them to actually act how they say, etc. It would be cool to have tombstones like this that you can right click and inspect, and it generates some like lore about the world that you can read about this person and how they died and stuff like that. That would also be different every time. So that would generate and also get added in as like a fact in the world lore book that all these NPCs are querying and stuff. So once you've learned it, they'll be able to reference it and learn about it as well. Interesting stuff to work on there. We just haven't built it yet. What is this item? Oh, also, I didn't mean to move. I wanted to see if we ever stopped moving. I think we had stopped. I'll check the stream later. A camera movement on middle mouse click is unusual. Really? That is what I would expect camera movement to always be bound to. But if that's weird for you, you can also hold V. We added that for like mostly laptop players, but it might be nicer. What do you normally expect camera movement to be bound to? If not like left click or right click, which already do other things. Oh, right. I was going to talk to these NPCs. So can we talk to these guys? No, we cannot. Oh, and they are missing personas, I think, because they have the same name. Interesting. Okay, okay. Bugs abound. That's all right, though. What a leap. We're so good at jumping. Right click and hold, I guess. Yeah, I guess we show like the context menu on right click, but we could detect if you right click and hold and just like hide it and let you move the camera that way. Because there's no like real reason you would be right clicking and holding otherwise. Might be nice. I don't even know why it's probably RuneScape actually that binds mouse movement to middle mouse button. But I think a couple people now have, Tony said that was weird. Now you have said that's weird. So I'll play around and see how it feels on right click too. We're going to redo the inputs eventually. Wow, we got a couple people playing. Just to get things a little bit nicer for like WASD controls and controller and like letting you rebind stuff. But oh right, we can't. So is it anybody? Can we talk to people over here? Interesting. So they have colliders. Interesting. Oh, you know what? This is the same prefab as the rhino people we have out in the desert. So they're all linked to the same brain. So I was trying to talk to the ones out in the desert, but it wasn't opening the window. I bet these are all the messages that each one would have said. But now, for whatever reason, we can open the window with this guy because he has the right components. So that's why it doubles up like that. All right, let's grab Holy Book, also a good item for crafting. I'm curious for anybody else playing right now. Do you ever see these messages double up? I've asked a couple people and they say no. But I see them double up pretty frequently. And I've looked at the server and it's only responding once. And I've looked at the client. I think it's maybe like, I don't know why they double up sometimes, but I also don't know why sometimes people can or can't see them. Hey, we're moving again. Interesting. That is a gross bug. What happens when we get to a collider? This guy, I mean, we've been out harvesting for so long, we probably have stuff to solve a bunch of quests, which is kind of how we want people to feel when they've like been out harvesting. Like it's now a reward that I get to just do quests from like this menu instead of having to run around and do like sub steps. I can glitch through the gate into the city. All right, we'll fix the gate. Everyone keeps glitching in. This tutorial road for a reason. You're going to get into town and be like, what the heck do I do now? You got to learn something. You can't cheat in school. This guy needs some metal. Surely we have some metal. Scrap metal. There we go. Will that work for you, Bob? Braun? Thanks so much for the scrap metal. It will help me keep my forge running and fulfill the adventurer's needs. Quests in your version that you've downloaded, Human, are probably very hard. New build has much easier quests, but good luck. Good luck if you attempt the quests. I believe in you. All right, so we've solved that quest. When we close the window, we have some background processes that take that whole conversation and summarize it into what his previous quest was and what the result was. I see he's already generated a new quest, which now in our like new quest difficulty curve should hopefully be both easy, not quite as easy as the previous quest, but easy, and also be a direct result of us giving him scrap metal specifically to solve that quest. So I'm hyping this up because I'm going to click on him now and really hope it works. And Ever since I started using the scrap metal you provided, my forge has turned unpredictable and I've begun noticing cracks in my precious anvil. I feel like it's weakening with every strike, and if this continues, I won't be able to tend to my apprentices or craft any gear at all. Please, can you bring me an item that can reinforce or repair the forge and tools? We probably can. Let's do some scrap metal. You know what? We have like solar metal, I bet. Let's do scrap metal, scrap leather, see what we get there. See if anything else that might be good. Sun charged alloy is probably a good one, with maybe an iron bar. Got a shield. Don't fix the gate until after Friday. You gotta speed run it, Freshka. It's pretty easy to get through with the new tutorial. You just gotta know what to craft. It's always the same answer this time, so at least you don't have to wait for AI. You just grab the materials you need, craft them, you're on through. Let's see. I mean, it is also nice. We had that API error at the very start of the stream. I was concerned we had more API issues. We haven't had any errors on stream, so that's good. Celestial iron. Okay, that probably works. It would be nice if it was more of like a tool that he could use rather than just a material. So if we take a crystal shard, maybe. I really want to solve this quest so we can see the third quest in the series to see if it like continues building in both complexity and also the result of previous quest. Prismatic Sunsteel. Again, it's more like a material that doesn't really... He can't really use it. So let's see if he has any... So hammer. It's got the scrap metal we gave him earlier. Let's take this hammer and see if we can use... Where did that tool material go? One wild thing about generating images on the fly is you never get that like scannability of your inventory. Like I crafted something and I'm like, I have no idea what that was because I've never seen that item before in my life. All right, a solar hammer. Let's give that to him. Maybe that'll help. He can fix his anvil. Thank you so much for the solar hammer. It's absolutely perfect. Radiant energy will not only help in repairing the cracks, but also reinforce the forge. It's wonderful. Now I can teach my apprentices and craft with even greater skill. So let's close this. That, again, summarizes that whole conversation, which already had a summary of the previous conversation. So hopefully soon he generates a third quest that is based on us giving... Oh, a solar hammer. So we'll just chill for a second. I heard someone smart suggest that. Yes, Freshka's given some great feedback. Risky Biscuit has given some great feedback. I am sponging it all up, and we are making a game that is cooler. I cooked a ladder and got a charred ladder. Makes sense. One thing that's also fun, if you find a fire, you can just use your bare hands on, like, there's an open flame in the current starting town. We got the campfire here. Sometimes you get ashes. Sometimes you get like burnt hands. Some fun stuff there. But also, like, you can get into some ridiculous spots where, actually, if I use my bare hands on a cat, it usually picks up the cat. Another good example of we need to add in that little branched chain of modifying the cat or the object you're harvesting from. So if you pick up a cat, it should remove the cat from the ground. But now we have a cat. We can use that on other things. And I'm sure glad that the discoveries we make show up in the chat. All right, cat fur, that is fine. That could have gone way worse. Oh, okay. Need a search and inventory. You know, that's a good call. I've had it on my list for forever. Now that somebody's said it. Search and inventory. we'll keep it moving to the right in priority as more people say it. Although, kind of defeats the purpose if I'm showing y'all the columns, since y'all can just pile on. But, trying to prioritize the right things. Let's take our cat fur. Let's combine that with some alien metalloy scraps. Let's go see if Mr. Blacksmith has a quest yet. I feel like sometimes it feels like they freeze also. Ooh, meta. So maybe I'll do some inspection on their brain too, since we have some debug stuff that lets them see like their active task and stuff. So I'll dig into him too. Camera shakes pretty hard when walking up and down stairs. Oh, I have not seen that. I'll have to check that out. Good tip. Let's add that to our camera shakes hard up, downstairs. Okay, but I should probably go to bed. It's 1:40 a.m. again. Dang. All right. Have a great rest of your stream. Goodbye, humans. Thank you for popping in, Human. I know it's super late for you over there, but always good to have you here. And hope you enjoy more of the demo as you get to experience it. Thanks. Let's see. We got meta fur armor. What an armor. We probably have leveled up smithing pretty decently while we were out harvesting with smithing stuff. Nope, we didn't at all. Smithing is still level 1. Level 2. Oh, these skill levels aren't updating. Let's see here. Skill levels in skill list aren't updating. So they should be mirrored to your actual level up here. Smithing's level 2, but I don't think we unlock anything until, yeah, level 3. And we don't have any smithing. Well, we do. Let's just do more of these real fast. Get some other stuff unlocked, I guess. See you, Human. Yeah. Thanks for being here, Human. And you too, Biscuit. Alright, smithing level 3. So now we can craft a few new things. We're moving again. So there's definitely a bug somewhere. I don't even know what would cause that. Like, is it a physics thing? We have a rigid body on ourselves, or some background thing, like updating our position? Not sure. But let's just craft some tools for us. Infernal ruby shard. Let's do an axe. Maybe we should also add that in progress thing for workstations, but I'll probably do that off stream. Infernal axe. Sure. Now let's also do a hammer. Maybe we can make a ham axe. It's Terraria style. Infernal hammer, infernal axe. Both of them do fire damage. This guy's got plus 15 fire damage. Let's see if we can combine them into something. Infernal battle axe. I guess that kind of makes sense. Let's do, actually we have a holy book and we have an ethereal tome of dread, which is a consumable that gives us minus 15 constitution for, is that 10 minutes or 40 minutes? What do we get there? I can't believe we're still moving. And let's also, an enigmatic grimoire of balance. Minus 10 constitution, but 20 wisdom. Interesting. But yes, this guy has not generated another quest yet. I don't want to talk to him because I worry that he's in a state of like he thinks he has generated a quest, and then once we talk to him, it's going to update his last conversation with us, so it'll override that when he generates a new quest. So I want to go over and let's pick at his brain. Player controller 3D. Turn the world back on, I suppose. Go to this guy. So does he have... He doesn't have a billboard. I guess we can steal one. It's all gonna revert when we undo, when we leave play mode, but it might be nice to poke in at it now. So we've got, let's see, who's a good person to steal it from? Let's see. Border City, prefabs or NPCs. Monk Solus, I think, has one. Debug info billboard. Let's grab over here. Put it on this guy. Reset the position. Oh, I reset the position of the HUD. Right, that's been locked for so long. Dang. Alright, we'll reset the position of this. I am panicking about resetting the HUD because all this will undo when we leave play mode. But now it's set up on this guy. Let's bring it up here. Turned on. It should look like this, but that's hooked up to Solus's brain still. So here, let's go to his brain. Let's hook up these debugs. Actions and queue and memories. So it should be his data now. Let's turn it on. So he's in some sort of loop of just going here, I guess. Huh. Trying to harvest from anvil. I see. So yeah, he's talking about a quest that we haven't been introduced to. So there's definitely a bug there. Wonder what his active quest is. Active quest none. Yeah. So there's a bug there of like, he's clearly stuck here. What's probably happening is he's alternating between two different actions. I wonder if he has so few actions, it's like switching back to our non-AI mode that just picks a random one and it's just alternating between the two. But that'll be something to look into. Can you start mining something while crouching? Then right-click another item and start mining that and see what happens? I can try that. So crouching. Can you start mining something while crouching? We'll mine this mossy boulder. And then right-click another item and start mining that and see what happens. So, like, the ground. Is this what you expected? Just switching to harvesting the new thing? Make it farther away. Alright, so let's harvest this mossy boulder while crouching, and then we'll harvest the birch tree. Is this what you expected? Oh, okay. We're cooking. Oh, I see what you're saying. So we're harvesting this once we get the harvest going. Instead of left clicking the far object, I will right click it. Son of a gun. Alright, so that means our RS player controller interact. Our interaction here has something missing, probably the interrupt the current action compared to context menu. I think it's been so long since I've been in that right click code. you know what? We can see it from here. Mouse dot input dot get mouse button. It'll probably be 1. Get mouse button 1. Oh, mouse button 1 might be middle click. Liquid slosh effect. 2 is middle click. I don't remember how this works. I'll look at it in a second, but I don't know why it only works while crouching, at least for me. Interesting. Yeah, that is odd because... Well, let me try not crouching. So harvesting and push. Okay. This makes sense that it isn't crouching specific, but it is weird that it's only working for you while you're crouching. I click this. Right click. Yeah. Where even... So if I do that, hit Windows key so I can mouse out. Oops. Show that. Windows key, pause. So I can go see the thing that's being shown. Where even do we show that? Let's just look at the canvas and... So, not in there. Top level canvas, it is somewhere in there. UI tooltip parent, maybe this guy? Yeah. So this is a inspection tooltip controller. Something in here is triggering the new harvest, but isn't interrupting the old harvest. It's probably actually going to be on the specific action rows, the thing that you click on. So on pointer down, trigger interaction from player input. Yes, we're cooking. So let's take this out, close all but this, and RS player controller. Let's control F this line. And this is the method that we need. Because obvious reasons. Maybe I'm bumping something. Okay, yeah, I must have just hit something that works without crouching. All right, well then, hopefully this will fix it. So we just do, let's say that, and cancel any current interactions from the player. We definitely needed this in. Good catch. So I think this is not correct. What is the actual player database dot controller? Cancel current interaction. Is this... Doesn't need to be public. Where is this? Oh, I didn't even copy the name over. Stop any current interaction. So now when you click on one of the right click menus, it should stop whatever you're doing and then trigger the new interaction versus just adding the interaction on. And I don't think that hot reload will recompile that, but might as well check. Waiting for code changes. Save. Did something. We'll see. So we're going to harvest this. We right click, harvest this. Son of a gun, we fixed it live. Right click, harvest this. All right. Easy peas. Let's do it while shifted too, just to flex on the haters. Right click, harvest that. Thanks. Good bug fix. Let me just add something here so I don't forget what I fixed, because I want to make sure that all these get added into the changelog after the stream, but I don't want to be writing it during the stream. Bug fix stop current interaction when queuing another interaction from right click menu. Cool. Let me double check this. Phone's also blowing up. Want to make sure all is good. All is good. All right. So one thing we could test while we're here is we have a full inventory. We have the code in place for dropping items on the ground. Did I actually write the logic for what happens when we get an item that doesn't fit in our inventory or not? Nothing happens. Birchwood, unless we already have that in our inventory and we don't have a search thing yet, so I'll just quickly scan all these stack sizes. Don't think we do. Okay, so we can add that in real fast, I suppose. That's gonna be, just go down the trace, the stack. Generic interactable world object has a interact method. Interact with tool, consumable, material, etc. is going to be the different logic for what kind of item you're interacting with. Start interaction. You know what? All this is going to lead to the inventory. But we'll keep tracing through. Start harvest coroutine. That starts our harvest interaction coroutine. In there, we receive items, I would assume. So this is our bars coroutine to like do the line going across the screen. We get nature XP when we do critical harvests. Sure, that makes sense. Camera shake on fall harvest. Okay, after we've reached the end of a single harvest, we clean stuff up. We consume it if it's a material. I don't think that might be a bug right there. Let me see if we're consuming 2 materials at a time. What do we have a lot of? Infernal ruby shards. This should go 19, 18, but I'm worried it's going to go 18 immediately. 19, 18. Okay. So maybe that's just where we consume that material. Probably should go in the interact with material flow though. So if it's tool, we're going to grant XP. If it's a tool or weapon, we'll do some durability stuff later. Okay, add the item to the inventory. Add item on the inventory is where we're going to add that in. We stack on, just find the first empty slot to do handle full inventory. So it shouldn't be that hard to just drop the item wherever you're standing. The consideration here is all the NPCs also have inventories that function identically to the NPC or to the player, in the same way that like all the harvest code can be done by the player or another NPC. So I don't always want to be dropping it just where the player is. So we would need to go from the inventory to the persona, which each persona has their own inventory. And then from that persona, which is kind of like the soul of an NPC, we need to find its actual body in the world, which I don't think we have that link yet. So maybe we do. Let me take a quick look. So if we look at any NPC, they have a persona which has an inventory. So getting from the inventory to the persona is easy. Getting from the persona to the actual object in the world that has that persona, we would need a lookup table of persona to object, which we might actually have, because that's also how we do like conversations. But we can go all down that route soon. We probably will. Could you make a big chest where the items get ported to from NPCs? Could be fun to go looting in their chests as things drop. That's an interesting way to do it. Yeah, I guess I was considering like, I mean, if I'm the player right here and I get an item, that should drop on the ground next to me. But if an NPC gets an item and their inventory is full, it might be weird. Like if you see an NPC walk over and start harvesting from this tree and they're just dropping items next to them, is that fun? Is that funny? Versus like, I do really like the idea of like, if an NPC would get an item and their inventory is full, it goes to like some lost and found in town. And then the player can go there every once in a while to like find items. I really like that. That reminds me of like the party chest in RuneScape, which I loved going to, where people could just put items in and other people could find it. Is it weird if you see an NPC go to a tree and harvest from that tree, and then you click on that NPC, look at their inventory, and don't see what they would have got from that tree? Like, you might be able to tell their inventory is full or not. We actually, it's not really clear. They don't have the slots like we do, but they do have an inventory size. So if you see, oh, there's a bug on how we did this. Let's fix that actually. Let's, one sec. Inventory buttons don't toggle selves or UI window buttons. So if an NPC walks over to a tree, harvests from that tree, you see them do that harvest, you would expect them to have that item in their inventory, knowing that NPCs can harvest like players can. But you go to their inventory and they don't have it. Does that pull you out of the game and you're like, nothing is real? Like, I saw them interact like I would have. Why don't they have this item? I don't understand. Or is it better to see it like dropped on the ground next to them? And is that difference between those two more fun than like a party chest, lost and found chest, where you could just go find random items and you're not necessarily sure where they came from? It's probably fine. I like the chest idea. That's more fun. I think we can just blow players' minds in other ways and convince them that things are real. And it's fun to have the chest. I don't like things dropping on the ground because the NPC should be smart enough to manage their inventory. That makes a lot of sense too. Let's add in a little lost and found chest for full inventory NPC inventory ads. So that's fun. I like that. Why are they mining stuff and dropping it? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I could also argue that we can make the decision making smart enough. Like right now they have a list of all their items in their inventory when they're deciding what to do. But they don't see that their inventory is full because we don't pass in like that maximum capacity of their inventory. So we could also change the NPCs to just be smart enough to not harvest when they have a full inventory. But it might be fun to just let them harvest and then put those items in a chest for the player. I think that's more fun. Idea, do both. Yeah, I wonder, like, so if we did fix NPCs, have them fill a chest when they walk past it, you know, like deposit items in a chest. We could do that. Wonder what using a cat on a chicken gives. Have them fill a chest when they walk past it. Yeah, I'd want to, like, I caught chicken. I'd want to make sure that it didn't feel that the NPCs don't care about their items. Like, if they just drop all their items off in a chest, why would they have an inventory that you can like buy items from? Or why are they collecting things at all if not for themselves? Ooh, infested chicken from a mycelium cluster. Don't mind if I do. Let's get a bunch of those. Oh, right. Chickens are 10 harvests only. All right. Have them fill so you can see them deposit it and it makes it feel more real. Or have them vendor it. Oh, yeah. You know what? And they can collect gold too. It would be very cool. Like, this is... Like, I think the freeness of the chest is fun, like going there and getting a bunch of free items. But some of the fun is also just finding like a bunch of random items effectively every time you go. What we could do that might be more of a middle ground is have like a general store in town that just buys items from everyone whenever an NPC goes near it. They'll like, maybe one of the things that they can choose to do is sell items to it. And then those go into a big pool that the player could like buy from at half price or something. And so you want to keep checking back in to see what items are there, but you do need to buy them. We already give players the ability to have so much ridiculous amounts of gold from the get-go. Maybe it's not a big issue, but it's kind of a way to ground it in to make it feel more real too. It's like the NPC is selling their item and you can go buy the item that they crafted at half price, or you can buy it full price from the NPC, like if they're not selling it off for some reason or something. Would reduce the clutter in the world. Yeah, all the dropped items would be pretty bad, actually. Maybe you can auction some items to NPCs with all their new gold, you know? Instead of just the super crafted items or infinite gold. Yeah, one thing I want to do, which... Wow, that takes a while to harvest. We still want to think about like how we want to do it, is setting up shops. The name of the game is Elixir Emporium, which kind of leads one to think that you might be able to run a shop at some point with all these items that you've crafted. One obvious way to do that is, like, obvious but hard, is setting up a shop that other players can buy items from. Probably hard to, like, both implement that and also, like, make it feel good with an economy and stuff, because everybody's just going to have infinite gold and everybody can craft anything they want, so why buy anything? But I think it would be fun to set up a shop in town that NPCs can buy from, and you could set it up to where they can, in the same way that like them being near the general store means they might sell their items, maybe when they're near your store, one of the things that they can do is look at your inventory and reason over it and be like, are there any items here that I want to buy given my current quest, given my personality, given my current inventory? Like, a blacksmith with no iron ore in their inventory might buy a bunch of iron ore from you, but if they have iron ore, they might not. Side note, I gotta get going. Have a great night. You too, Risky Biscuit. Thank you for popping in. It's good to see you. Have a good night. But if an NPC is looking at your shop and blacksmith has a lot of iron ore already, they might not buy it from you. I think that would make sense as a shop. Like, you can kind of talk to these NPCs, learn what they want, and then if they're creating that as a memory that they're then using to reason over later when they're looking at your shop, if they previously said like, man, I really need a bunch of feathers in chat, they'd be more likely to buy feathers that they see in your shop. So you could hear that from them, see that they want to buy feathers, and then go out in the world and collect a bunch of feathers, put those in your shop, and just wait for them to buy them. I think that's a easier version of the system that I'm envisioning, where you could also potentially go to your own shop, play it more like a shop simulator, where people come in and they do that reasoning over items that they might buy. And if they have an item that they want to buy, you could open up a dialogue with them and like do some haggling, convince them to pay more or less, or probably just more. But if they don't have an item that they want to buy, you could also use that, like open a dialogue and be like, hey, here's this item that I think you would like, and try and convince them to buy it. I think there's a lot of really, really cool shop stuff to be done, and I'm a shop nerd, and or a shop simulator nerd at least. So it could be very fun to like play around with the shop theme more and getting NPCs buying and selling items from you. Let's see. You can only sell it to the NPC with the highest gold. Not if your shop is on your island and you had to invite people, you know? We've been trying to figure out, we think we want to do a lot of multiplayer things in the game. And that worked out better than expected. One of the things that we want players to be able to do is do dungeons together. So their items, like they can show off the gear and like crazy weapons and stuff that they've made. And also trade items with each other. So like if you get a quest and you really, really think you need some item and you're not sure how to craft it, or maybe you just want to look around at what items might solve it, you could like browse a player store of items and you buy an item there. You don't necessarily need all the like MMO stuff of like seeing other players for that. You kind of need it in the dungeons, but like shops might be fun to have between players just for like buying and selling items. I feel like, side note, this player has drifted. He's supposed to be in the center of the screen. We saw that like weird movement earlier. I wonder if that was actually the camera moving. Also, things seem pretty broken. Maybe we can't interact with any NPCs? Nope, I don't know. Could be a part of quest too. I want to buy this item, and your quest, instead of giving it to them, is putting them in your shop. Yeah, I mean, that would be fun. I think there's a lot of possibility for different types of quests that we could do, which I think there's a lot of funness in shops and stuff too. Offer nourishment. Let's see if we got anything there. That makes it more of a shop sim and less of an RPG. You're running around questing and have the option of a shop. Yeah, I think the tone I want to hit with shops is, I think that was a good example of like putting items in your shop and letting NPCs just buy items automatically from that shop is probably the minimum of what players should do to interact with the shop. But just like with like harvesting, where you want to have that like extra system on top in case you want to be more engaged with it, like pressing the button at the right time, I think with shops, there's a lot of like cool mini games that you could do, especially with dialogue with NPCs. If you really like the like shop simulator genre, but if you don't, I think just putting it as a shop that NPCs could buy from is a really good idea for sure. Also a cool gold dump option. You can buy shop upgrades. Hell yeah, yeah. I mean, you can easily see that. Like if this were your shop window, the dumbest shop window ever, but you start with 4 slots, you pay 10,000 gold to get 10 slots, etc. There's that. There's like maybe you have some premium slots that NPCs are more likely to look at, so you got to pay to upgrade your slots. Who knows? And one side note of something that I think I've mentioned to Tony, but if you're listening, sorry in advance, because I know you're thinking about how we're going to do all this control input migration stuff to like get WASDA and controller and stuff. I think it would be really cool to have building interiors that you can go in. Like click on this to go inside the tavern, or click on another one to go inside like a kitchen or something. I think inside buildings, we might want to go into first person view, where you can like very, very specifically interact with like this dial on this stove instead of just the stove itself. I think there's a lot of cool interactions with things that we can probably do with that sort of like specificity, and it also like makes conversations with other NPCs a lot more like personal. If instead of this third person view, now you're first person and talking to them and see them face to face. We can do a lot of cool like genre bending stuff if we switch to first person mode while you're inside, and then like have a full kitchen full of different like workstations of manipulating items in different ways for cooking, and like specifically dials and levers and stuff on those workstations so you can do different pieces of things in different orders. Could be cool. So hope that'll be fun to code. You could go around spreading propaganda to the NPCs to want the items that are already in your shop. Yes, that's like the other side of why we built the memory system in the NPCs originally. I think that's a great idea, and I will definitely be the king of spreading propaganda. But we built NPCs to be able to make their own decisions of what to do and also harvest from the environment. So the thought was, if you wanted to be like a chef and didn't want to go get a bunch of raw meat, you just wanted to be cooking all the time, you didn't care about fishing or hunting or whatever, you could go to an NPC and tell them that you'll pay good money if they go collect all these resources. And then when they're doing that decision making of what to do, they might be like, I have a memory here of the player telling me they'd pay good money to get these, so I'll try and get these. And then they go out, they interact with the objects, they get those objects, they come back to town, and now you can buy them from them. I think it's hilarious if you can also spread some propaganda to them to be like, yeah, scrap metal. Price of scrap metal is about to go up. If you need any at all, you better go buy it. And then the blacksmith shows by your town or shows by your shop and buys all your scrap metal at a ridiculous price. You could maybe even like in the shop, all these items have gold values. So like the scrap metal is 3 gold, which you would get if you sold it to them. But maybe when you put it in the shop, you can choose a price. So you're listing it for 5 gold. And then the NPCs will also take that into account when they're reasoning over whether to buy it. They're like, this thing costs more than normal. Do I really need it? Or maybe something is listed as cheap and they're like, I don't really need this, but it's a good deal, so I'll buy it. There's a lot of fun stuff you could do there. I'm pretty excited about it all, clearly. So that'll be fun. I personally love games where you can own buildings and houses and decorate. Yes. Again, I keep just listing off things we want to do that we haven't done yet, but I mentioned like 2D to 3D generation for tools and weapons earlier, and also for equipment, so you can see them when they're equipped. But likewise, we want to add in like a building system, and if you take these like, random items, if you take a enchanted stump, taking that 2D to a 3D model, it would be really nice if you could take that and drag it out into the world, and it changes into like that ghostly preview of like what a building looks like when you're building, and you just like place it in the world and it uses one of your items, and then you can maybe go right click and pick it up and get it back as an item. You can use it for crafting, maybe not destroy our pickaxe, but like you craft something else, and then part of this process is also generating the 3D model for it. So maybe this guy, prismatic enchanted core, you just drag that out in the world and place it as like a bit of decor in your house. Obviously 2D to 3D model generation is pretty darn hard, and we need the tech to kind of advance for this, but I think that's so cool. Is like maybe now you're inside your house, you're just decorating, so you have all these ingredients, you're like, how do I make furniture, how do I make a chair, and then just drag it into the world. And then, it needs a table now, how do I make a table, I'll make that and drag it over here. That's like golden age of this game, is when we also have 3D generation working. Would give you a reason to use the cherry blossom stuff. Yeah. It'd be very pretty to decorate. Could buy your own workbenches and things to put in your house too. Yes, we want to also let you craft your own workstations. I feel like my camera's also tilted a little bit. The player's definitely a little vibey. But Yes, placing workstations in your house would be awesome. I think having the gold value on the tooltip just being a suggested price and NPCs paying more or less based on how much gold they have and if they actually want it or not, that's a great idea. I mentioned briefly about like listing your price and then factoring in whether it's a deal or not, but also they should have some sort of like reasoning over how much they want it to like buy it at normal price too. And maybe they're willing to pay more if the item is in your shop versus face to face in the world. Maybe so, yeah. Maybe you could also even like put out little placards next to your items. Like if you were to put out like a what's something star shimmer fungi. If an NPC is reasoning over this item and they say, okay, star shimmer fungi, this luminescent fungus glows with the soft starlight light. It might be useful for potions or other creations. Like a blacksmith is going to be like, I have all this detail about the item. I don't really want that. But maybe the player could also write out little placards that describes more of like, ooh, blacksmiths love this because it's actually a good lubrication for the hammer or something. And then they're more likely to buy it if they do blacksmithy stuff. But also, the players can absolutely lie, which is also great fun. I think there's lots of fun stuff to be done there. Like, this NPC always lies, and sometimes players don't pick up on it, and I'm sure even fewer will pick up now that we don't show the persona at the front anymore. But this guy is his personality rule, like on conversation, is that everything he says is actually the opposite, or like a lie. So I've developed a strange weakness and cannot perform my duties effectively. So he's doing fine. If you don't regain his strength, the borders will be unprotected. Like he doesn't actually have a problem. So I don't actually know what the answer to this quest would be, but perhaps you have something that could help with increasing strength. Maybe if we gave him something that decreased your strength, he might be like, this is a terrible item, and then solve the quest correctly. I wish we had like a little debug mode to just create items. But, I mean, I'm also curious if we have something that increases strength, will he say that's correct? I actually don't have a lot of stats on things because they're all like the harvested items versus crafted items. So let's craft some stuff. If you wait to sell through your shop, you're getting more gold, but if you're face to face, you're basically getting the gold faster, which is less. I'm so excited to add in shops. But yeah, lying to NPCs, people love doing it. Our very, very first demo, I don't know if I've linked this before. Where's my... I don't know if it actually still runs. We did a like prototype demo of our conversation system back when we first started this company, this studio. Okay. And what we built was a little beat 'em up where you just beat people up. I forget the controls. Okay, that'll work. And eventually the cops show up. And in order to get to the next level, you have to convince that cop that you are innocent and that you weren't actually beating people up. And you have like a little heat value that shows up when you're beating people up. So like the more people you've beat up, the harder it is to convince the NPC or convince the cop that you are innocent. Sometimes you'll see clones of yourself show up and start beating up NPCs as well. So that increases your heat score too, and unless you beat up that clone. Yeah, there's one there, and another one. So that's all just like a fun thing. And then the police show up, and this scene might not load. But you start with an initial heat score. Yeah, the scene's broken because I think it's an old API key. But it's a conversation the same way we have with the NPCs now, where we have like state goals that get updated after every message. So this is a heat score of like, how much does the cop trust you? Or how much does the cop think you're a bad guy? The reverse. So it'll start probably like around here when we load in our heat value from the previous level. And then after every message, if he trusts you more, it moves towards this direction. And if he trusts you less, it moves towards this direction. And if you hit either of these points, the red or the green, it completes the conversation with an outcome. So if you get green, you've successfully convinced him that you're innocent and should be let go. He trusts you a lot. And then you get to the next level, you do more beat 'em up, and you do this loop again. If you get red, you get thrown in jail, and it's game over. So it's a very like outcome-based conversation, which I think is going to turn really, really cool, or be really, really cool for running shops and like convincing NPCs of things, both for quests or like convincing them to buy things. It's a cool case study. Cool. I'm glad you like it. I should update that API key. Let me write a note for myself. Update Brawler API key. Just because I bring it up on stream every once in a while and I guess it never works. So it doesn't hurt to make it work. I probably just rotated all our API keys at some point and didn't update it there. We're just going to keep crafting away. Let's do items that we only have one of to kind of clear out our inventory a little faster. And we're just going to see if we can make anything that modifies strength, either positively or negatively. Most likely going to be positive, of course, because that's kind of how items go. But we'll just do some crafting. See if we can get something. Solar pickaxe. Not too bad. We got a solar hammer, too. So we have a potion. Is there anything that like is related to strength? Radiant, Infernal, Ruby? Sure, maybe. Another really fun thing in the faraway future would be Twitch integration, where your chat can start rumors about you to NPCs. That would be an amazing addition. I will link that to Tony. Like maybe have an NPC who is able to read Twitch chat and they run around the world telling different NPCs. Yeah, we could have like a little, like a kid that just like runs around and spreads rumors. I'm linking this to Tony right now. Just so I don't forget, but that's so smart. I've been actually trying to think of ways to like integrate Twitch chat, because one of the big tenets of why we started this studio, like the type of game we want to make, is a game that's both fun to play and also fun to watch someone play. Like I think we get that a lot with like just how creative you can be in some of the crafting things, which is kind of like the goal of you build up an expertise in how this system works and so on. But I was trying to figure out like how to get those viewers involved. I think it'd be so cool to have them like be able to spread rumors to an NPC. That's worth a lot. I hope it combines well with some scrap metal. Because yeah, I think I don't know that I've mentioned it on stream before. One of the original like tech papers that we read that originally inspired this company, which we tell a story of to like people in person when we meet them, is this town simulator where they use a lot of like more primitive, of similar to our current tech for how we simulate these NPCs. They have a town full of NPCs that all form memories and can query those memories when having conversations. And one of those NPCs mentioned to another that it was their birthday coming up. And so that NPC that they were talking to learned that as a memory, stored it in their memories. So it was something that they query when they talk to other people. So that conversation ended, they went away, and that NPC that learned something went and talked to another NPC, and they mentioned that it was this other NPC's birthday. And so that information spread throughout the town as they all talked to each other. And uh, this town all talked about the birthday. They all learned it, and they really cool is they again using a lot of the same like systems we've built for letting NPCs choose to walk around or whatever. They all got together at a certain time to plan to like be the birthday party. So they started talking about when the birthday party was, and then at that time they all went to this location like the tavern or whatever um, for the birthday party, which is absolutely bonkers. And so we saw that and we're like, what the heck? Like, we need to make a game where the town happens and you're just a person in town, because there's so many cool like power dynamic problems there that you don't get in games of like, all right, they're all planning a birthday party for a certain time, but maybe you are running for mayor and that time is the point where everyone has to vote. So you need to run around and like convince these NPCs to go to the voting poll instead of the birthday party, or like something like that, where you're not in charge of these NPCs. You're just kind of interacting with them as the town progresses without you. I thought that was so cool. So that's kind of like one of the original guiding lights for building some of the systems that we've built. Most important part of that is watching the game and playing the game are different yet similar enough to where you can form the connection. Could combine the rumor mechanic and the green-red convo you have together. The more viewers you have, the harder it is to convince them that the rumors aren't true. That's interesting. Yeah, it kind of maps to that heat level effectively. So you can be doing things to kind of bring it down, like talking to NPCs and persuading them. But as more people pile in with rumors, it could go back up or like go in a different direction. Gonna have to think on that one too. But yeah, that would be really fun. I think once we have the Steam demo live, I also want to look at a lot of the Steam features that they support. I don't think they do anything with Twitch, but that's kind of the time I'll be looking at all these other integrations. But I'm also really excited to have Steam achievements for like crafting specific things, like craft world peace as an item, or craft an item that's worth 1,000 gold, like different achievements just to make it fun. Steam trading cards. I'll have to look and see how those work. I surely cannot be generating trading cards for like every item you've crafted, but that could be cool. That's something to look at. I have no idea how they work. But yeah, that's really cool. I love that about their memories traveling via speech. Makes it such a more immersive experience. Yes, I think it does. I mean, there's some downsides too of like sometimes it's not clear who knows or like who should know things. Like if you told this guy a secret about like, oh, I'm gonna go give this diamond ring to an NPC in town, like that knowledge wouldn't potentially spread to her until later. But if it did spread to her, like they're simulating all this while you're in town crafting, like you don't know. I mean, I guess you could do kind of the like the mystery puzzler type thing of like saying, all right, who told you that? If we track the conversation that the memory came from, and then you could go to that person and be like, who told you that? That could be fun, but where was I going with that? Oh, right. Just the downside of like, you don't necessarily know who knows what, and sometimes it can be a little bit weird that you thought somebody didn't know something, but somebody told them that. But I guess that's how life works. All right, I think the sun has gone away. There's like a window of like 2 to 4 each day where I just have sun in my eyes all the time. So I'm going to open my window and turn off this lamp. Now that we should have good fine lighting again. That lamp is mighty bright. Kills my eyes. So gotta rest them. Let's see. You can also make some logical conclusions where if you tell some NPCs something you know who they'd interact with, like you tell a guard. Yeah, I think things like that where you can kind of get the player to test the system are very much the kinds of interactions that we want players to have because they're super fun. Like the first time somebody combines 2 items that they're like sun-kissed berries and ashes, yeah, that's not going to have a crafting recipe. That doesn't make any sense. It's not going to make anything. And they think they're breaking the game, and then it crafts something, and they're like, phoenix berries? Oh, that's so cool. Like, that's a very good experience. That's a very fun thing of, like, you think you're going to break something, it just magically works, and you're like, how the heck did that work? Forgot where I was going with that. But, yeah, I mean, I think those sorts of things really ground the players in this reality that we've built and like make it very cool. Makes it like people love Grand Theft Auto because you can do anything, but you can't do anything when it comes to like dialogue, and that's like this game isn't Grand Theft Auto, obviously, but for me it kind of gives the same like font as like you can do anything in Grand Theft Auto, but I'm going to go to these NPCs and I'm just going to lie to their face and tell them they're the worst. And like, the more we can kind of ground the player back in that reality, like if you egg on this guard, have him attack you and like close the town gate and like things that you don't expect, but you're like, I shouldn't be allowed to play this way. And then something happens and you're like, oh, was this expected after all? I think that's super fun. Let's see. You tell a guard and you can assume all the guards will probably know what's going on. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. That's a logical thing that I didn't even think of. Inferno-kissed berries, heck yeah. Just keep it going, I guess. I'm still looking for something that gives us strength, so I'm just kind of combining things while I talk with no brains, but making some cool things. Could eventually add a news outlet of some kind into the game, and you can buy advertising, etc. So many things you can do to allow mass manipulation of their world to speed up making it different from others. That is a great point also. On the note of the news outlet, we do some tracking of things the player does like every day. We don't have days in place yet, so it doesn't really work yet, but I'm planning on having news about what the player did the previous day be somewhere in the town. So like a newspaper would make a lot of sense of like local alchemist trained their nature level to level 8, and then the text of it is like they harvested from pine trees and they got this item and that item and etc. Or like what might be just absolutely bonkers to do but might also work is if we take that log of what all the player did, we can generate lyrics for that, and then we could also generate a song with those lyrics in a certain style of like tavern bard style. If you go into the tavern, we talked about like going into buildings earlier, we could have a bard literally singing songs about the thing that you did the previous day, and you're like, what the heck is this? I think that would be a crazy like what the heck experience. Would be fun. But buying ads in the newspaper to mass manipulate your town also sounds pretty darn fun. So could go hand in hand too. Maybe this rumor system also works like these Twitch viewers can add rumors to town, but maybe in the same way you could add rumors about other NPCs. Like, could be pretty fun. Fish at an all-time scarcity. You just run that ad 5 days in a row, they're gonna buy your fish. They'll buy all your fish. Nothing gives strength yet. So fun fact, in 2014 I applied to Riot Games and suggested brand collaboration skins for League of Legends. Can't remember all of them, but I remember Pizza Hut Braum and US Government Swain. That is ridiculous. But you know, if we can generate anything, we could be having people run around in like Pepsi hats in the game, I guess. There's some challenges with like Little Alchemy and or not Little Alchemy, but whatever the new version is that does the AI generation where you could generate anything. I watched some videos of people like trying to make Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone and like StarCraft as items in the game. In the same way, we could have people eventually make like Pepsi as an item, and if we do the 2D to 3D models, we might have them actually making Pepsi cans, making hats that say Pepsi. Who knows? Let's keep crafting. Then you sell 500 fish at 1,000 gold. Heck yeah. You can bribe them or pay them to sing other things. I like that. Yeah, I mean, I guess songs on demand would be a fun one just to have. If you have a bard in a tavern who's singing about you by default, you could walk up to them, pay them 50 gold and say, hey, can you sing a song about turtles? And we can use the same system to generate lyrics about turtles and then generate the song with those lyrics. Why not? If we can do it, could be fun. Starlight Diamond and cat fur. Speaking of cat fur, I have 2 cats, and one of them loves rubbing her face on this microphone. I think because it's really soft, and it has so much cat hair, like deeply embedded in it. Sometimes when I stream, it's just like all up in my face, and it just like allergies galore. My eyes, my nose, I start coughing. I gotta clean it better. Let's see. Leather infused recovery elixir. Neat. As you unlock new tech or level up the town by doing quests, you unlock more things. Be gated by levels as you upgrade the town. Yeah, I think there's a lot of really cool like stuff we can build. I think what we've also done really, not to toot our own horn, but what we've done really well so far, I think, is set up this like platform of a world where we can pretty easily add new systems and have them like interact with each other. So it's going to be really cool to like add stuff. I think the world is big enough that we want to fill in more like stuff and like flesh it out with stuff. And I think hopefully it won't feel too crowded as we do more and more things. It's aired. Radiant Maple Brooch. Oh, I've lost a lot of chat. Sorry about that. Oh, you mean like Pepsi Man could add the ability to do art in the game yourself, like have items you can basically open up MS Paint on their clothes. Gives it that unique sound. Yeah, we probably could. I was also a while back trying to like brainstorm different workstations that we might want to add. One of them that I think would be fun to add is a workstation that lets you draw the item that you want. Like, I don't know what actual workstation would map to this, but you draw the item that you want and it generates an item of whatever this AI thinks that you've drawn. Obviously, everyone's just going to draw, a certain phallic object, but it would be a really cool system to have and just like be able to interact with in weird ways. Like in no other game can you draw a hammer and then the game is like, oh, did you draw a hammer? Here's a hammer that came out of this magic box. Or did you draw a hammer with fire on it? Oh, we've generated a blazing hammer, and here you go. That'd be fun. Oh, also, yeah, a moderation challenge, especially as you stream. But you know, I mean, I guess that's on the streamer's end. Uh, One nice thing about linking items in chat is we only send the text, so we're not going to be sending like certain images if we allow drawing your own image to other players. You only see it in your own client, which is kind of nice. Don't really need to moderate as heavily if they're the only one seeing it, and any art is just hidden around other players. Rudy's got the chalk zone, but in the game. I know these words. Why do I? Rudy's got the chalk. I feel like that's a phrase I've heard, and chalk zone is like a show, right? Or no? But yes, basically that. Like, I think yeah, a children's cartoon where he draws stuff and it comes to life. Yeah, exactly that. Like, imagine if you had a crafting station in a game. You open up Diablo and you find this crafting station and you draw like a scythe and it just gives you a scythe. You're like, how the heck? What even is this game? What is this? And then you're on to like, all right, I'm going to draw other stuff. I'm going to figure out what it, whether it can see if I draw something more complicated, or what does it give me if I just scribble and it gives you like a spiked shield or something. And you're like, like that is like a meta game in itself. Super fun. Could integrate crafting too. You have to select an item before drawing, and that's what determines stats. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, like, if you think about crafting, usually you want to have some sort of skill if you go down that route, like a skill-based mini game. You can't really do that with like the player is drawing. I mean, you can, but like obviously some people draw better than others. So like for people who play that aren't good drawers, do they just get worse items? Like maybe. But I like the idea of saying what you're drawing first and then drawing it, and then you could have like a distance that the AI does, like how confident they are that what you drew is this labeled thing, and that can just directly map to the stats. Like they're very confident, all right, it's got great stats. They're less confident, all right, stats aren't as good. So then it's kind of like a perfect drawing, you got the best stats type thing. Could be fun. Yeah, and that's what determines stats. Yeah. Could add an option for clip art. You know, you could, I suppose. It's a good idea. I mean, maybe. All right, what are we doing here? I've been streaming for so long. We are just vibing at this point. I'm crafting something that will give strength, maybe? I guess we could check his items, see if anything gives strength. Let's see if we have anything to sell off for gold while we're here. Oh. So he doesn't really have anything that we want. But it would be nice to sort items in your inventory so we could sort by like how much they're worth. But if we sell this, we should be pretty darn good for a while. 2,000 gold. Don't mind if I do. So now we can just buy anything we want. Did this break? Maybe so. Let's go around. Let's buy other items, I suppose. Strength tonic. There we go. That's something that'll give strength. Let's buy some extra tools. We'll probably also want to handle the case of what happens when you buy an item and already have that, or like have a full inventory. But we now have, oh. we now have something that can give strength, so maybe we can craft him something. What was his quest? He's Namered. Yeah, we gotta recalculate that when we show the page, I guess. Something that could help with increasing strength. Sure. Tonic you didn't bring. I'm sure that tonic you didn't bring will fail to help my strength at all. The opposite of what he means. Let's see. Missed some chat. My bad. I'm just crafting away. Streamer mode where chat votes on possible NPC responses. Could be fun. See, I think adding a cap to the NPCs only being able to pay you how much gold they have makes it so much more real. I agree with that. I think we'll definitely do that. It's a good idea. Like Twitch plays Pokemon. Like what guard is just walking around with 2,000 gold? Oh yeah, you're right. Because I sold that item to him. That's a good call. We should have them have a gold amount and only be able to pay you that. We'll need a few like extra windows for like, are you sure you want to sell this if they can't pay it the amount? But that's a good call. We should do that. Let me add gold and spending limit to NPCs buying items from you. Yeah, that's a good call. I like that. Because it also is a way to balance like just crafting until you make something that is worth 5,000 gold and then going to town. Like, probably shouldn't be able to do that at the start, but maybe after you've helped this town like grow enough and everyone has produced enough value that they'll all have more gold, etc. Good call. Let's go back and see. We could give him the strength tonic directly. Like, it's almost exactly what he wants. I feel like I should craft stuff, but we can always buy it back if it doesn't help, I guess. Why can't guards be rich? We can. I mean, I've had a lot of fun so far. I've had a lot of fun so far adding specific items to specific NPCs' inventories. So, like, the blacksmith has blacksmithy items. These guys have, like, combat rations and potions. We can do the same with gold counts. We got rich people and poor people, I guess. Alright, we need better fail safes on when the quests fail. I feel like, yeah, we gave it to him, which consumed it, and then midway through the chain we had an error. So it didn't refund the item we gave, and it also didn't retry. So let's just try again. Hopefully that one, no, we also erred on that one. Interesting. All right, well, that's good to know. I'll check those in the logs later. We should have jewelers that secure gold and practice fractional reserve banking. If you explain to me what that is, we can add that into the game. But also on the note of jewelers, our model for generating item images is so good for jewelry. I think we should have like some sort of jeweler or something just to... Oh no, I already took the ring from here. It's long gone. But if you craft jewelry, it looks so good because the model's just really good at it. We should have a jeweler that is like selling the tools you need to craft a bunch of jewelry. Forgot what I was doing in town. But probably have a lot of smithing XP, stuff unlocked now. Let's make some stuff. Oh, we got a couple items that are missing images too. Add basic shield and short sword items. we have some items hard coded in the game, which is what we use for these icons, but those items aren't, I guess. Emberstone shield. All right, let me catch up on this chat while we harvest from the ground. I mean, the longer you pay an RPG, the less gold matters. So that makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. I mean, I feel like the town should be growing with you. Sorry, I have delayed on this chat, but I'm back to the gold. Once everyone is gold, it doesn't really matter late game, but kind of slowing down the start of a new world seems good for people not getting bored with the progression as they learn the game. Absolutely agreed. I think as NPCs interact with the world themselves, and also as mostly as NPCs interact with the world themselves, they'll be generating more value and like should naturally have more gold if we can. Maybe we can inject a little bit gold whenever NPCs make trade with each other too. So the town will just grow over time in value. And also you as the player can come and like maybe gift items to players or gift items to NPCs or something to give them more value, more gold for selling it. Lots of stuff you could do there. But yeah, I agree. I think having an item that was worth 1,000 gold in the first however long, I mean, I guess I've been streaming for 5 hours now. It basically means I can buy anything from any NPC. So probably not the best. I'll take gold for granted too easily. If you can just craft an item for a bazillion gold right at the start, why even have gold? It's just a useless number with extra steps. Hard agreed. Seems you already came to this conclusion before I did. Agreed. That's how fractional reserve banking was invented. Who do you store your gold with to keep it safe? The jeweler, and then one day the jeweler realizes nobody is ever coming back to get their physical gold, so you just print notes that aren't actually backed, and those people will spend those like gold. Uh-oh. I'm not sure that we want an entirely new currency. Maybe though, it could be fun. I mean, it's a good little history lesson. Make it fun. And one of those notes could equal 1 bar of gold until inflation hits. Oh no. It was illegal originally until the king realized he could use it to fund infinite war. What are you gonna do? Then they just nationalized it and called it a bank. I pitched this as a standalone game to the Game Genie in our Discord. Nice. Did it respond? It did. Got some good ideas. Nice. I'll read that after the stream. And in fact, I think, maybe in a couple minutes, I might call it for the stream. I apparently just queued up a long list of stuff, small things for me to do off stream, because I just wanted to chat with the stream instead of grinding on some code. But I'll get a decent amount of these done. To remind people, we are planning on having a new build of the demo on Thursday. And probably also the Steam build on Thursday. Obviously, there's a lot of bug fixes I want to try and get in. But I'll ping everyone on Discord on Thursday when it's live so you can know. But if you want to know how that's going, feel free to check in there. Thanks for the stream. I enjoyed it. The game was a lot more fun than I expected when Tony first sent it to me. I'm really glad to hear that. I think that it will only get more and more fun now. It was hard to understand how addictive it would be until I started doing it myself, right? Like, I actually was watching your stream, and from this perspective of, like, knowing what's fun and what's not, I didn't want a backseat, but when you were just running around and hadn't crafted anything yet, I was like, that's the fun thing. Do the fun thing. But you found it. You know where things are good. But yeah, new demo soon. I'm glad everybody is enjoying it. If anybody else wants to stream it, let me know. I'd love to watch. Steam demo on Thursday. And yeah, Does anybody have anybody that they might want to raid? I'm happy to drop off some viewers. I'm happy to just hang out, but let me harvest from some chickens and I'll check to see if anyone I'm following is raiding. But if not, we'll just grab a random person in the Unity category. Sort by viewers low to high. Somebody with Unity and a camera would be great. Let me just see where we at. Terrain making stuff. Looks good to me. Been streaming for about 3 hours. Surely we won't raid them right as we're leaving, but we will raid them. So once again, thanks everyone for being here. Really appreciate it. Raid Butterman Deluxe. I'm really glad that everyone has been enjoying the demo, and I'm excited to have a new version up. I'm excited to have more stuff coming, and I'll be back again next week, Tuesday, for more dev. Feel free to follow on Twitch if you're not following here, etc., etc. Wishlist the game on Steam. Join us on Discord. We're going to head over there now. See you guys.